Good. All right, thank you so much. Very good. Okay.
Good morning, Judge King.
Good morning, sir. How you doing today?
Doing great. I have 3 for you this morning here on the 8th floor. Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Scales, and Mr. Cross.
That's interesting because I just brought in Mr. Witherspoon.
Sir?
Okay, never mind. Thanks.
No problem, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Medina, I have
Okay. First up, I have Ms. Soka.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
I am here on Mr. Lewis. We have a review hearing, competency review hearing.
Do you have an APA here?
Yes, Your Honor, APA Max Beisel on Claude Lewis.
Okay.
Still going today, right?
In case number 2305-792001 for the state of Michigan versus Claude Lewis III. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, and has a habitual offender with
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, Max Beisel, P77513 on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Rita Soka, P86239 on behalf of Mr. Lewis, who I do not believe is here.
Are you waiving his presence for purposes of this hearing?
Yes, Judge.
For the waiver the defendant's presence. Did we get a report back from Mr. Lewis?
I did not receive one.
I just spoke to his doctor a few minutes ago. He said they were planning on sending a report sometime early February, but he did recommend that we schedule our next hearing sometime in mid-May because he doesn't anticipate on him being.
I don't know who you think he is.
Okay.
That's not going to happen.
Okay, so I don't have a report and he remains at the forensic center.
He said I should schedule it for May because what?
So because the next report is coming out early February, but he anticipates to keep him there for treatment until May, which is the next report is coming out mid-May.
So he's telling you that he's finding him not competent at this time but restored?
Correct.
Well, we'll set a date in February. Take a look at the report over there. So the court will adjourn the competency hearing to February 16th at 8:30.
Judge, that's like, I think it's the exact 90-day. Can we do it maybe the week after just to give them time to deliver the report? That way we have something before the hearing.
I thought you said the report would be done early February.
He said it's early February. That's when the 90-day. He was admitted November 14th. So if we calculate 90 days, it's going to be sometime between the 7th and the 14th. So I just wanted to give us some time. It's up to you, Judge, if we want to do it February 16th.
February 16th at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Simon, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here for Mr. Nelson, who's also present.
Mr. Nelson.
Nelson.
Case number 206-047001. For the state of Michigan versus Sean Nelson. Defendant is charged in count 1, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Count 2, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing serious injury. Count 3, moving violation causing death. Count 4, moving violation causing serious impairment of the body function. Defendant has a felony commission with the motor vehicle advisory, and it has a habitual offender second offense notice.
Sorry about that. For some reason, I thought I had an APA here. It doesn't appear as though I do. Do I have an APA here on Nelson? Mr. Simon, do you know who the APA is?
I don't know that there's anybody specially assigned. There was an APA at the arraignment on the warrant. I don't recall his name, and I don't know if he is assigned to this matter. Judge, what we would be doing is requesting a preliminary examination and also a bond review.
I need the APA here, sir.
I understand. I see Ms. Crane is checking in.
Ms. Crane is the homicide APA. I'll come back to you. Ms. Howard, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you? Happy New Year. I'm here for George Vanilla.
Who?
I think
Oh,
it's pronounced.
okay.
Your Honor, is he in custody?
No. No.
Okay.
Oh,
Is he
okay.
on-
And as a retained.
He has retained counsel.
Oh, okay, no problem. Thank
Sorry,
you.
sir. How about you that fast? I was supposed to take you first. My apologies. Let's do vanilla. You want Mr. Vanilla? Mr. Vanilla. Do I have an APA here for vanilla? I do not. Sorry, gotta wait on the APA. I do have Mr. Elsie here. Mr. Elsie, are you here on Nelson? You have a seat. Stand up with us right
No, unfortunately, Judge, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not sure who's on that.
Who are you here for?
Judge, I'm just here on Darnell Clark. I had zoomed in about a stip to adjourn this one until next week because we're waiting on a competency report. I just wanted to make sure we were good to go on that stip.
And some of you guys like that I can see. I said some of you may not exactly be needed.
Good to go on what step, sir? Good to go on what step?
Judge, it was a stipulation to adjourn the competency review date because we're waiting on a report. I spoke to the psychologist at the forensic center. He said the report will be issued next week. So it was a stipulation that I sent over to adjourn the date, I think, until the 25th.
Okay. You sent it to the defense counsel as well?
Yes, she agreed. I signed it for her. It should be in Miss Reynolds' inbox somewhere.
You guys kind of basically.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Okay, let me call it.
Okay.
Case number 2305-926601, people of the state of Michigan versus.
Oh, that's what I was at. Yeah, I just told him I was at Glenwood, correct. And I was dealing with this.
Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated.
Your appearance, Mr. Elsie? I muted you, sir. You had too much noise in the background.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Elsie appearing for the people. My P number is 81329.
All right. I don't see the defense counsel here. Perhaps they got your stipulated order to adjourn the review date to January 26th. So I'll go with that, January 26th at 8:30.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, I did sign the stipulation with Miss Watts' permission, so she's fully apprised of the situation.
I'm sorry, was this set for exam? That's the conference.
Competency review, Your Honor.
That'd be January 26th at 8:30. Final be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hicks.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What case are you here on?
Alexander Smith with Larry Polk.
I haven't seen Mr. Polk.
Okay, I'll stick around. I did submit a proposed order dismissing that matter this morning, but probably best to place it on the record.
Okay.
Judge, may I leave briefly to attend a PCC with Judge Robbins?
Sure.
Thank you.
What case are you here on?
I'm here for the Brown, Mr.
Oh. Is that the one we're going to try to let out?
And it's a 10 o'clock.
15.
Yeah, I just wanted to get here early to make sure I am ready to go.
I have two different exams scheduled at 10. I asked one of you guys to be there earlier. Since you were there earlier, I thought that was the main. Morning, Mr. Wallace.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Ready on the frame?
Yes.
Okay, here's Mr. Polk. We're ready on Smith.
Case number 2205789301 for the state of Michigan versus Alexander Smith. Defendant is charged with count 1, count homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, assault with intent to murder. Count 3, reckless driving causing death. Count 4, failure to stop the scene of accident when at fault resulting in death. Count 5, reckless driving causing serious impairment of the body function. Count 6, failure to stop the scene of accident resulting in serious impairment of death. Defendant has a condition of felony with a motor vehicle advisory.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, and may it please this honorable court, APA Jonathan Hitz, appearing on behalf of the people, P85288.
Your Honor, may it please this honorable court, Larry Polk on behalf of Alexander Smith. My P number is 48164. I'm asking the court to waive my client's presence. He is at the Forensic Center in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
For the waiver of the defendant's presence, Mr. Hicks.
Yes, Judge. At this time, the defendant has exceeded the 15-month statutorily set time frame to have his competence restored. The latest report from the Forensic Center indicates that he remains incompetent to stand trial. While the people do intend to refile charges, if he does at some point in the future retain competence, at this time, because he is not competent, this matter needs to be dismissed.
The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you, Judge. And then I did send in a proposed order to that effect.
I just signed it. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could get a copy of that, I'd appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Wallace. You're here on Freeman, correct?
Correct.
Calling case number 2405-512901, people of the state of Michigan versus Darren Freeman. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. My name is Ted Wallace, P80922, and I represent Gerald Freeman, who I believe is present by Zoom. Mr. Freeman, state your name for the record.
Where's Mr. Freeman?
I know he's waiting. He's in the city's in the waiting room, or said he was, but if not, I would ask the court to waive his appearance.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we'd like a preliminary exam.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is January 22nd at 10:30?
That is not a good date, Your Honor. I think 24th.
January 24th at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Ms. Segura.
Yes, Your Honor. I am here. I'm sorry.
How can I help you?
I'm here on Anthony Hansborough.
Okay.
Calling case number 2205-811001, people of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Hansborough. Defendant is charged in counts 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 3 and 4, weapons felony firearm. Count 5, domestic violence. Count 6, assault or assault in battery.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Anthony Hansborough, P86432. Mr. Hansborough, will you please unmute your device and state your name for the record?
Anthony Hansborough.
And what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I have not received any discovery on this case. This seems to be a very old case. So I was just going to ask for a week adjournment for the PCC so Ms. Drain has time to get that to me. So I have time to review that with Mr. Hansborough and decide how he wants to proceed on this matter.
And Judge, I would also ask for a brief adjournment. I did put a request in to get all of the information, and as of this morning, I have no paper or digital discovery yet, but I'm aware of the issue and I've already put a request in.
Court will adjourn the probable cause conference to January 23rd at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may ask, or I can provide Mr. Hansborough with my phone number so that he has it and he may text me. Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Hansborough, and I'll give it to you.
I'm ready.
Okay, it is 313-418-8189. And just feel free to text me your first and last name, and then I'll call you later today, okay?
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Notes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Here on Martin Harrison for the waiver, and I just looked at an email message from the prosecutor, Mr. Vella. He says he's stuck in traffic and he could come on Zoom if that's possible.
Marvin Harrison.
Yes. To waiver.
He hasn't appeared on Zoom yet. Sure. What can I do for you, Mr. Simon? Are you back, Mr. Simon?
I'm sorry, Judge, did you address me?
Oh, never mind. We're still waiting on APA for Nelson, right?
Yeah, okay, so I guess I'll go back to Judge Robbins again. Okay. Can I leave maybe a phone number in the chat? Your clerk could call me and I can zoom in when you're ready.
We're kind of busy here.
Okay, never mind. I'll check back in a little bit. Thank you, Judge.
We have a
APA. Okay. All right, we're here. We're ready on the note.
Is it okay? Yeah. Call me case number 1906-163901. Versus Jorge Vanilla. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, second degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Kirsten, calling on behalf of both the 83952.
Eric Clark, P31126, appearing on behalf of.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Judge Bonilla.
What's your pleasure, Counsel?
Judge, we're just asking this matter to be set for an exam. I cannot be here on the 22nd. I thought that the prosecutor who indicates the 29th is a good date for the court. If it's a good date for the court.
I can be here on the 29th if the court is available for exam that day. I have other
There's a
available.
lot of days between the 22nd and 29th.
I didn't, I think that was what was proposed to.
I just can't be here on the 22nd. I'm out of town.
About the 24th.
I could do the 25th or the 26th. or the 24th in the afternoon.
I have a bench trial on the 24th, so I just don't know how long it'll go.
26th, January 26th at 9 o'clock.
That works for me.
That's fine, Judge.
6 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe so, if that changes all.
Mr. Cooper, good morning. Mr. Cooper?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
I think I have a PCC with Mr. Wheatley.
Okay. Ready on.
All right. Case number 2405-509301, people of the state of Michigan versus Devontae Wheaton. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And Renee Cooper on behalf of Mr. Wheatley.
Mr. Wheatley, tell us your name for the record.
Devontae Wheatley.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Cooper?
I'd like to have an exam set, if I could, Judge.
Hours January 22nd at 10:30.
That will work. Mr. Wheatley, can you give me your phone number?
313-349-8089.
I'll call you shortly.
Okay.
You said 10:30, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Cooper, what's your P number?
I'm sorry, 30566.
Mr. Kenny, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I got Donald Knox for PCC.
Ready on Knox.
Hello. Morning.
I see you, Mr. Knox. Hang on a second, sir.
Okay.
Calling case number 2405-513401, for the state of Michigan versus Donald Knox. Defendant is charged in count 1 of domestic violence, third offense. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kenny appearing on behalf of Mr. Knox, 35842. We're looking
Mr.
for an
Knox, tell us
exam.
your name for the record.
Donald Knox.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Kenny?
Your Honor, I'm asking Ms. Drain for the video evidence, and we'd like to have a preliminary exam scheduled.
Ms. Drain?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I thought I sent that to you. An evidence.com link. Did you not get that?
Didn't get that. I got the paper, but I didn't see the, I'll look
Okay.
again. I didn't see it.
I can, I'll send it again.
Thank you.
Sure.
Plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House January 22nd at 10:45.
January 22nd. Yes, sir.
All right. 10:45, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
10:45. You take care, Judge.
Thanks, you too. Ms. Kirsch Satawa, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What can I do for you?
I am here for Mr. Weatherspoon for PCC. And there he is.
Do I have an APA here on Weatherspoon? It doesn't look like I have an APA here yet.
It may be Ms. Tink. That's who authorized the warrant, but I'm unsure. May I go in a breakout room for a moment with Mr. Weatherspoon?
Okay.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Weatherspoon in the Wayne County Jail. Sir?
Yes, on the 8th floor. That's him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, enjoy.
Morning. Hi, good morning.
You must be the person I'm looking for.
You looking for me? Oh, I don't think so.
No, you're not on Nelson
No, I'm,
or Weatherspoon?
no, I'm, overseeing the homicide exam. I was like, don't give me any new cases, I have enough.
Take one body where I can find.
Checking in, I'm sure he's trying to just walk. Small.
Counsel, how can I help?
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Zion Stoner, PCC.
Stoner? Last name.
Went to see.
Regular Stoner.
And that's him on the screen.
Call case number 2405-509201. People of the state of Michigan versus Zion Stoner. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons felony firearm.
Parents, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Charlotte Birchback, Neighbor Defender Service, P number 86740, on behalf of Mr. Stoner. Mr. Stoner is present on Zoom. Can you unmute and say your name, Mr. Stoner?
Tell us your name, Mr. Stoner.
Zion Stoner.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
We have received digital. We're prepared for exam. We ask for a date.
How is January 2nd at 11?
Is it possible to do 11:15?
Yes.
I guess I'd ask the court to stop 24th, 25th, or 26th, the next week, on the 22nd and 23rd, and long motions over to the circuit court. I'd be concerned about getting the trial.
January 24th at 10 o'clock.
That's right.
Okay, January 24th at 10 o'clock.
Your Honor, I'd also ask if you were a DSU report for the.
Okay. I'll refer to pretrial services for final recommendation.
Thank you. And Mr. Stoner, I'll come see you before that date, okay?
Ms. Moses,
I'm here, Judge.
are you here on Weatherspoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
Calling case number 2305-956201. People of the state of Michigan versus Tony Weatherspoon. Defendant is charged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 2 criminal sexual conduct, second degree. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Kirsch-Satawa on behalf of Mr. Weatherspoon.
Your P number?
52675.
Mr. Weatherspoon, tell us your name for the record.
Tony Weatherspoon.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, at this time, we just received our discovery. I need to review it with my client. The exam is currently set for, I believe, the 22nd. We're going to need additional time. I don't know if there is a kids talk or not. I believe there is. So if we could my client would waive the time frame to have the probable cause hearing within 21 days. And if we could set that exam out a few more weeks so that we can be properly prepared, that would be our preference.
I am opposed to setting it out a few more weeks, man. I can do days, not weeks.
Okay, well, we will take as many days as you can give us.
Let's do January 26th at 10 o'clock.
May I have one moment, Judge?
I need one moment too. I can't do that day, Your Honor.
The whole day?
The whole day. I will be out of town on the 24th, 25th, 26th.
Sounds like you might be stuck with the 22nd then.
Right now it's set at 2 on the 22nd. Is it possible to change the time?
I wasn't gonna set it at 2 o'clock anyway.
Okay.
What time are you looking for?
Actually, is the 23rd a possibility?
No, that's my homicide.
Oh, okay. Could we do it at 11 on the 22nd?
I can do 11:15.
That would be great. Okay.
That's fine for the people, Judge. Ms. Satawa, may I sign your name to a protective order for the kid's talk, or do you want to review?
No, you can sign my name. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll send you the kid's talk today.
Okay.
January 22nd at 11:15, bond will be continued.
Thank you.
When we address bond today, Renner, would you like me to do it on that day?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, my client has been he has one prior, it was from the 90s, it was marijuana related. And his bond is currently been set at 10,000, 10% with a tether. He is employed, he makes bumpers, and I have contacted his supervisor and his job is available to him. We're asking you to consider lowering his bond to 4,000, 10% with a tether so that he can post it and return to work.
People?
Judge, we're dealing with a CSC1 and CSC2 of a minor child in this case. I would request number 1, a DSU report, or 2, if Your Honor would address this after you hear the testimony from the juvenile witness at the exam.
Your Honor, I believe the current bond is 10,000, 10%. I wasn't at that hearing, but I believe that is what I was told.
Prosecution's request sounds reasonable. I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation. And we can address it again if needed after the preliminary examination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Bella.
Yes, Judge.
What are you here on?
I'm here on Mr. Harrison, Marvin Harrison. It's a prelim, but it's going to be a waiver. And I was running late, so I figured I'd try to pull over and just Zoom because I didn't want to be late to your courtroom. Traffic's been terrible this morning.
The attorney stepped into the hallway. He should be right back. I think we're going to need the defendant up.
He's coming up now, Judge.
He's out, right?
No, he's in. He's coming up now.
Oh, is he?
Judge,
Yes.
did the court call the Anthony Clark case?
Yes.
All right,
Set for hearing on January 26th. Oh, I'm sorry, that's another Clark. No, we haven't called Anthony Clark yet.
okay. Just to let the court know, there is an assistant attorney general, Ms. Gallagher, who will be handling that case. And she is in the waiting room, I believe, just to let the court know.
I didn't know who that was.
Yes.
Ms. Gallagher,
Morning, Your Honor.
for future reference, you might want to let us know that you're an attorney or with the State Attorney General's office.
I understand. I will do that moving forward.
Okay. Mr. Hill.
Morning, Judge.
Morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Anthony Clark, PCC.
Okay. Your timing is impeccable. We're ready on top.
Okay.
Calling case number 2405-509601, Michigan versus Anthony Clark, defendant charging count 1 forgery.
You busy now?
No special conduct first degree.
Try to be aware of
Count
it.
3. Count 4. Criminal sexual conduct first degree. Count 5. Unlawful imprisonment, count 6, weapons, firearm, discharge, interrupt building, causing injury. Count 7, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, that's the murder by strangulation. Count 8, weapons, firearm, possession by felony. Count 9, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 10 through 18, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Ailish Gallagher, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the people, P77510.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Hill, P68445 on behalf of Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, state your name for the record, please.
Can't hear you, sir.
Anthony Clark.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Hill?
Judge, I don't have any discovery.
No, we just
Sorry.
shut up. Well, my time to shut up.
Mr. Weatherspoon, you're all set. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Judge, what I'm asking for is an adjournment of the PCC. I checked my email. I have not got any discovery. My understanding is, speaking to the landlord of where my client was living, my limited understanding is there was an extensive search. There's a search warrant executed at 2 residences. There's supposed to be video surveillance. There's supposed to be, I think, DNA testing, a lot of other additional information. I don't have anything. I checked my email. I don't even have the paper discovery. So I'm asking the court, if everything's available, then I just need a brief adjournment on the PCC. If it's not available, I'm asking the court will waive whatever statutory requirement for the exam. Obviously, these are serious charges. There's a lot of charges, and I have nothing.
And I apologize. I did not know who the attorney of record was. I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to how everything's handled in this county. I can send everything today, all the paper and all the video, audio. I do not have the same report yet, but I'm actively working on obtaining it.
Oh, okay. One quick question, if I may, Judge. There's video surveillance taken in the home. Do you have that, or is it just the body cam footage?
I believe at this point, all I've reviewed is the body cam footage, but I did put in a request for all video audio. So if there is surveillance, I will double check this morning on evidence.com if they've uploaded it.
Thank you.
So this sounds like a case that is most definitely going to go to exam. So we might as well set the exam today. I won't hold you to that January 22nd date since you haven't even looked at discovery yet. How's the 24th or the 26th?
I can just take a look, Judge. I'm sorry. What time would it be at, Judge?
What time is good for you?
I'd be good at like 10 o'clock on the 26th.
So 10 o'clock on the 26th. Now we continue.
I'm sorry, Judge, is this a PCC or an exam date?
Exam.
Okay. And Judge, can I get a bond screening or referral? Can we order that?
I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready on your client? Who's your client?
I have the exam at 10.
Right. Yours is going to be a hold. Is the other gentleman still here? Mr. Noakes?
Stuff's here. I think one of the guards.
Guards did what?
One of the officers is looking.
Okay, Mr. Noakes, you ready?
I need to have my client.
He's right here.
Yeah, so.
He's here.
Right.
Ready, go.
Calling case number 2305-918901, real estate Michigan versus Marvin Harrison. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 3, weapons, felon, firearm. Count 4, home invasion, second degree. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Vell on behalf of the people, P68673.
Good morning, may it please this honorable court. William Noakes, P42796, Service Detroit. On behalf of Mr. Marvin Harrison, who is present in court, please tell me the name.
Marvin Harrison. All right, this matter is scheduled for preliminary examination. I take it there was a finding of competence.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, Mr. Harrison would wish to waive his preliminary exam. He knows that he is entitled to that exam. However, he is looking to waive the exam and be found under the circuit.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you have one to be found over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged. You understand that? Yes, sir. You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit and was probably caused to believe you committed it? Yes, sir. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Yes, sir. Has anyone promised you? Yes, sir. Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily? Yes, sir. Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore find the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be January 23rd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Bottom of the table.
Thank you. Have a great day, Your Honor.
Thank you as well. Gentlemen, let me get you to sign this waiver form for me. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Franklin.
Mr. Sinclair, see. Across the street. Zoom up here in person. The judge will ask.
I'm sorry, Mr. Can we get him downstairs?
Well, I got one.
Okay.
The judge.
Prosecutor was on Zoom for this guy. Prosecutor was on Zoom. Separate witnesses.
You can tell it was a waiver. They knew that Friday. Terrible.
Yeah. Why school did you go to? Straight to the high school? Sure, they had to sign some.
charge of another case. The prosecutor said she spoke with Upshaw, he's not taking that other case. I told him it's on me, but you know me. So maybe this case. It's closed. They want to know. So keep saying. And it's the rain. It's the tank.
Lane County Jail, what's your name? What's your name, sir?
What's your name?
My name is Darnell Clark.
Michael Scales.
Mr. Clark, your next hearing date is January 26th.
So my next court date is
Wait on your attorney. Your matter has been put over to January 26th, okay?
Yes.
We're just waiting on your attorney.
Clark.
Raymond. You said it for example. January 26th.
That was Anthony Clark, right? Okay.
Who's that APA?
Oh, Anthony,
Yes.
the AG. Yeah.
Oh, that was an AG?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, okay. What are you here on, son?
Good morning.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Oops, sorry, I couldn't hear you. I can hear you now.
I'm saying, what can I do for you?
Yes, Judge, good morning. So I emailed your clerk yesterday because I am on the Dominique Thornton matter that we have scheduled for tomorrow. Attorney Yancey withdrew last week, and it was our understanding that Attorney Upshaw was going to take over that case because he's managing the other case with the same defendant. However, I reached out to him and he indicated he has not been retained on that matter. So as of right now, we have an exam set tomorrow, but I do not believe that the defendant has counsel.
Yeah, that was brought to my attention today. So we're going to reach out to the assignment clerk to see if we can get him counsel for tomorrow, not for the exam, but we'll treat it like PCC.
Okay. Is it okay that I tell my complainant that she does not have to appear tomorrow then?
For that case, yes.
Okay, yes, for that case. Thank you. Attorney or Prosecutor Wilmoth is handling the other one with the minor. So that one is moving forward as however has been scheduled. It was just for my case tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate it. I will log on tomorrow at 8:30 and hopefully we can have someone assigned to him.
All right, thank you.
Judge, they're trying to get
Thank you.
someone. And she's open a little bit later.
Can you come back a little later? Because I think you may be able to do it today.
Yes, I'm waiting. I'm waiting on a sentencing, so I'll go do that and try to zoom back in.
Okay. In fact, this
Okay.
may be snacks.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning. What can I do for you?
So I have Brandon Fuller. We were before Judge Jefferson this morning on a PCC. I informed the court that I thought it may be in the wrong courtroom. We set the date. I believe your court spoke with their court, and it's actually supposed to be before this court. He's charged with R&O as well as DV.
Okay. Let me call it.
Thank you.
All right, case number 2405-511301. People of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Fuller. Defendant is charged in count 1, police officer assaulting resisting obstruction. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offense for offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. May it please the court, Janecki Nance, P68686, appearing on behalf of Brandon Fuller. Judge, I have been in full communication with my client, Mr. Fuller. For this hearing, I'm asking the court to waive his presence.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Judge, at this time, I am going to request a preliminary examination date. However, I do need full discovery for this file because I don't have any discovery.
I'll send it to you today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drain.
How's January 22nd at 12 o'clock?
Twenty-second at 12 o'clock. That's fine, Judge.
All right, January 22nd at 12 o'clock noon. We continue.
Thank you very much. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
You too.
Yes, ma'am. What's going on?
Victor was shot in the head, that's the reason why she got the count.
Okay. Good morning, man. How you doing today?
I'm fine.
Good. Tell me your name.
Kenneth.
And I understand that you are a witness on the Anthony Clark case, is that right?
I'm the victim.
Well, the victims are witnesses. So this is the state's case, so you're a witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today was just set for a probable cause conference. You didn't really have to be here today, but I appreciate you coming down anyhow. I understand that you've been getting some contacts, some unwanted contacts by someone you believe in the defendant's family, is that right?
No, it's the defendant.
The defendant has been contacted?
He's contacted my sister. Telling me to provide with, fixing this. She's really trying to do it.
Okay. Did you tell the prosecuting attorney about that?
I've been reaching out to them, but nobody's getting back to me. The only people that's answering the phone is the detective.
Did you file a report with them
Yes.
about contact?
No, this is why I came to you, because the prosecutor, Sharon Samari, notified my mother that, she was the one that was taking on the case. But I've been reaching out to her and she's not even responding, so.
So, by my information and belief, it's the Attorney General's office, not the Wayne County Prosecutor's office, that will be handling this case. They appeared here this morning. I didn't know you were out there, otherwise I would have watched you had a conversation with them. Because I didn't recognize the lady, her name was Ms. Gallagher. That's who appeared today from the State of Michigan Attorney General's office. And so.
You have any contact information?
All right, so give her a call, let her know everything that you just told me, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and they'll bring that to my attention when he's represented by counsel. We'll take it from there, okay? All right, take care, be safe. In walks is Miss Franklin, almost 2 hours late.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I was gonna be here in person and I had a Zoom, so I figured I'd come here and just Mr. Scales in person.
All right, we're ready to scales.
It's too early. Hour and a half.
And we still don't have the prosecutor.
But, oh, you don't.
Oh, well. Hey, let you be.
I'm still in the building, I'm in, Sabree.
Okay.
So, I get, you have my cell phone number? You got my cell phone number?
I think at one time I did.
I'm pretty sure you can just text me and I'll come back out. think Shelley is possible.
Yep, it's me.
Oh, she's up there.
Hi.
Oh, okay.
Look how that worked out.
Because you said it's a CSC first degree. Okay, we're ready on scales.
Case number 2405-508701, for State of Michigan versus Michael Scales. Defendant is charged with count 1 and 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 3, unlawful imprisonment. Count 4, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 5, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 6 through 10, weapons, felony, firearm. Count 11, domestic violence, second offense notice. Count 12, interference with crime court. Defendant has a habitual offender or defense notice.
Finishes for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kenneth with P73015 on behalf of Mr. Scales, Michael Scales. I am in person. Mr. Scales is on Zoom. Mr. Scales, please state your name for the record.
Michael Scales.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, I have received, I believe, what is both the discovery in this matter, give discovery, same report, but we are ready to proceed to preliminary examination.
All right. Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House January 22nd at 12:30.
I am in trial in a CSC trial in Oakland County in front of Judge Cohen on that day. Your Honor, I think I'm going to be in trial probably through Wednesday or Thursday of next week.
January 22nd at 12 o'clock. Sorry, January 26th at 12 o'clock.
That works for me.
January 26th at 12 o'clock, bottom meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're all set, sir. Let me read the APA here on Nelson. What's your name, sir?
Gerald Croft.
What is it?
Gerald Croft.
Oh, see that on my back. I don't think you're in the right courtroom on the right day, sir.
He said he don't think I'm in the courtroom on the right day. I was given a court date for today.
You're not on my docket for today. Spell your last name.
CROF as in Frank T.
No.
He is my client in an Oakland County case, not for today, not for here.
I'm a small world.
No, that's my lawyer for Oakland County. That I don't have. I got a court date with you tomorrow, but I have a different court date today.
I see, and I'm gonna have to move your court date tomorrow because I don't think they're gonna get you over. Because you're supposed to be out on bond, so they're not gonna know. Oh, this is a Monday, Tuesday. I sure can. Which way would you like me to go, Your Honor?
Sinclair.
Hey, Judge, how are you?
All right. You hear on this call, correct?
Yes, sir. Hey, sir.
Ready on the call.
How are you, Judge?
Feel good.
I checked online, it wasn't this. It was, what's her name? It was a lady at the, she's scared. This is black lady, like, family, do something. Yeah. What's it say? What's going on? Yeah, you don't feel it. Yes. I'm so hot.
Actually, that's what's cool about that.
Get these suits that I had. That was like, I'm going to ship it. Not today.
All right, Mr. Simon.
Yes, Judge.
I think I had a prosecutor show up while you were out. Are we ready for our 10 o'clock?
Judge, I just need to exhibit smart.
Okay. Mr. Sinclair, looks like I'm about to get to you 20 witnesses.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you.
Nobody saw that. Saw that.
Chris and Claire. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I knew what you were arguing with him, but I didn't know. Some people call me a day walker.
I never knew that.
That you couldn't figure out what it was. I can hear everybody. Everybody's not here. That's kind of play. Right. No.
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Like what?
Right here, Maria White.
board is on Nelson, Judge.
Okay.
And then it's the third circuit. Trying to make myself, okay?
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
I have to head down for a preliminary exam with Judge Giles. So if it's okay, I'm gonna log off and I'll see you in person within the hour.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We still don't have a prosecutor on my case, right?
No, not yet.
Okay, thank you. I'm on my way. Mr. Nelson, I'll see you soon.
Ms. Frank, sorry, is the client here?
She is out of the way. She took a bus. My apologies for my delay. I was coming on with Ann Arbor.
Mr. Vella,
Yes, Judge.
what we here for again?
Rudy McFall.
Okay, we're ready to move.
Case number 2306-060601 for state Michigan versus Rudy McFarland. Defendant is charged with count 1, homicide, murder, second degree. Defendant has a habitual offender for offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Vella on behalf of the people, P68673.
Hey, good morning, Judge. I'm Mr. Richard Beverly, 80512, here on behalf of Mr. McFall. I don't see him on the screen, so I'm asking for his waive his presence for the purpose of setting and attending.
For the waiver of defendant's presence, consider pleaded not guilty to this matter for preliminary examination. How was January 23rd at 11:30?
That was early for me, I have to be in Ann Arbor for the exam at 9. So that's why these 3 cases.
January 25th at 10 o'clock.
I can be 11 on the 25th, I have to be across the street at
11:30.
I'm not available on the morning of the 25th.
1:30.
That's fine.
Yes, 1:30 would work fine on the 25th.
All right, before we continue to plead not guilty, set this matter for preliminary examination on January 25th at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you. Just one more note. I have a 35-page for discovery. I don't know how much there is, but I would just ask that Mr. Miller produce that.
Yeah, I will send you all additional discovery.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just conveying it to you.
Yeah. She's here.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we So my client's about 15 minutes away. While we're waiting, I could probably look up what's on my computer and go watch that. Yeah. Not that long. That's fine. That's the one testifying today.
How many witnesses?
4 or 5. 1 child and 3 officers for sure. And then I think the other officer we were gonna call, we ended up, he's on furlough, and after talking it out, he wasn't really essential for anything with the argument, so I think we just decided to scratch that one.
See, you have a law case after this, you're pretty busy today.
Sorry?
You have a law case after this one, you're pretty busy today.
Yeah. Which is why it was important that I start this one on time.
Right? Well, my sergeant, McIntyre, is in this case, have that case, so it's just, they're ready.
Just trying to figure out.
Sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor. Apologize for being late.
Good morning.
I did not know this was on. I didn't know they picked up Mr. Nelson, but I just did speak to counsel. Your Honor, I did just speak to counsel. He's going to zoom in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Who is counsel?
Jonathan Simon.
Okay. We are ready. Nelson.
Case number 2206-04-7001. For the state of Michigan versus John Nelson. Defendant is charged in count one, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Count two, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing serious injury. Count three, moving violation, causing death. Count four, moving violation, causing serious impairment of body function. Defendant has a felony commission with the motor vehicle adult advisory and a habitual offender second offense notice.
Appearance for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people, P76177.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Simon, P35596 on behalf of Mr. Nelson.
And what's your pleasure, Mr. Simon?
Judge, I've had an opportunity to speak with counsel, and I do not yet have discovery. We do want to set it for preliminary exam, but I'll need some time to review the materials. If it requires it's a waiver of the 21-day rule, we're prepared to do so.
Okay, how is January 25th at 10 o'clock?
One moment, please. January 25th. No, maybe later in the morning or something. No, I'm sorry. No, that is good. My conflict is at 2, so the morning is good.
All right, January.
I'm sorry, what time? What time, Your Honor?
10 o'clock a.m.
Very good. Thank you. Now, if we can address bond, this is also something I've discussed with counsel, and I know he's going to object. But this is, it's not a very recent case. Case came up maybe about a year or more ago. There was a warrant that was just issued, I think, in November. So Mr. Nelson is not avoiding this matter. He's not a threat to the community as long as he's not driving. He's not a risk of flight. There is a personal bond in place with a number of conditions, including no driving, to which we have no objection. Well, the problem, however, we have is with the house arrest. Now, he does have a business he runs. He is also a rap artist. He has a concert coming up on the 19th at Little Caesars Arena. And so, Judge, we're asking if the court could allow him to travel outside of the home. Again, he's gone nowhere for the last year while this matter's been pending. In fact, he was seriously injured in the accident as well. So he is also receiving medical attention and, of course, would need to see his attorney and for various reasons needs to be able to leave the house. And we're asking for the court to vacate that one and only one condition.
Mr. Fedoruk?
Your Honor, the people are opposed. So as far as criminal history, he did have a federal racketeering conviction back in 2015. It appears that he served 3 years prison for that. I was just trying to pull up on Odyssey if he's had any recent activity. I'm not positive on that. Wasn't able to bring that up, but I would say this. This was an incident that occurred in June 2022. I authorized the warrant after some subsequent investigation had to be done. I authorized it over a year ago, so November 2022. So I'm not sure what has been going on with him for the last over a year, but the people are very concerned as far as his risk of failing to appear. And also, this is a very serious incident. Individual was killed as a result of Mr. Nelson's driving. So for those reasons, people would ask the bond conditions not be modified.
So
Judge, although the warrant may have been requested a year ago, it was not issued until about 2 months ago. And we don't also object to the tether, which is in place, and the court can monitor his location. We're just asking that he be allowed to conduct his business.
Mr. Fedoruk, you're opposed to him work?
To a condition, did he go to work?
Yes.
If he can provide proof that he is employed, I'll defer to the court.
Where does he work again?
Your Honor, he is self-employed. He has a business, which is called, I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, can you give me the name of your business again, please?
Yes, I do case management work for Link Chiropractic in Southfield, Michigan. I gave you the phone number. You can verify it through Jennifer at the front desk. I do case management work on their clients, evaluating their clients, setting up the doctor visits, and every visit that they have with their attorney. I also work with the attorney.
To do that, do you?
You said what, sir?
You don't need to be physically present to do that, do you?
Yeah, because I'll be having to do the paperwork, help them with paperwork, see what paperwork that they need to fill out and that they need to get to the attorney and things of that nature. I really can't do it from my home. I don't have the fax machine, and I don't have that type of stuff, so I can't usually do it from my home. And also I'm a rapper. I'm a rapper on the side.
Your Honor, just one thing. I was able to look up Mr. Nelson's recent history. Looks like he was charged after this incident for uttering and publishing 3 counts there, and that looks like it's something pending a drug court referral. So he's had other criminal activity. I would note his driving record is very poor. His license is suspended, so we don't want him driving. So I have those concerns.
Judge, yeah, the other pending matter is also, it's not terribly recent. Although it is a recent warrant, the activities alleged to have occurred some time ago, uttering and publishing out of the 19th District Court in Dearborn, which of course is not an assaultive offense.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 27.
What's your stage name?
Me.
I didn't hear you.
My stage name is Paper Money.
Paper Money.
Yes, sir.
You're a rapper, huh? And you're performing at Little Caesars?
Yeah, I have a appearance at Little Caesars, and I also had I sent my lawyer the flyer. I also had a paid performance to do at the Sting. Also on the same date for after the concert, but yes, I'm a paid performer.
When do you appear at Little Caesars? Hold your camera down so I can see you. When do you appear at Little Caesars?
The 19th.
With who?
I'm supposed to be having with 264 Quest and Horse the One. It's supposed to be part of 42 Doug homecoming concert.
The 19th of what month? The 19th of what month, sir? I can't hear you.
January. This month, January.
That's 42 Doug and Friends concert. I can't hear you.
Yes, sir. How my phone doing that? Yes, sir.
So if I show up at this concert, you're gonna be performing, right?
Supposed to be performing, yes, sir. I'm featuring on the song. They was waiting on me to confirm. I told them I had court today. I also got booked at the Sting nightclub that same night for after the concert. Yeah, and I told him I just had to confirm. I sent my lawyer the flyer. I just told him that I had to confirm. It's not confirmed yet because I didn't know if I would be able to attend or not.
I plan on getting to these places.
I have transportation. My manager who bonded me out of jail. That's who's like my transportation. If I was to be able to go to work, if I was to be able to go to any concert that I have to perform at, that's who's my source of transportation, my manager. That's who home I'm staying in.
All right, I don't have any issue with him going to work, so long as he's able to verify his employment and that he's performing at these concerts. What are your work hours?
From 9 to 5.
Okay, so we'll go from 8 to 6. Sign and send me over a proposed order to that effect.
Judge, I'm on my way down to the court now. Perhaps I can fill out an order in the courtroom when I get there after my 11:30 exam with Judge Giles.
Whatever, okay.
And I would just ask that Mr. Simon forward that to me.
The defendant here yet? No.
Well, can I get your contact information?
I'll send it to you, Mr. Simon.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Judge. Thank you very much. I'll be down there within the hour and hopefully submit an order which everybody can approve.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see you soon. Mr. Nelson, I'll get
Nice
you a copy
day,
of that order as soon as it's entered.
Okay. Thank you, attorney. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day, y'all.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Yes, no.
You trying to go to jail, ma'am?
No.
What time are you supposed to be here?
10 o'clock.
What time is it?
It's 10:50.
What's your issue?
Huh?
What's your issue?
The bus was running late. I've been standing at the bus stop for an hour and a half. The bus was in my only transportation.
Calling case 2360422, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Sterling Marquise Manning, defendant number 2, Delisa Lloyd Netta Brown. Both defendants are charged in count 1, homicide, manslaughter. Both defendants are charged in count 2, child abuse, second degree. Both defendants are charged in count 3, child abuse, second degree. Both defendants are charged in count 4, child abuse, second degree. Defendant 1 is charged in count 5, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Both defendants are charged in count 6, felony firearm. Both defendants are charged in count 7, 8, and 9, felony firearm. Defendant has a revision of 52nd defense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany Wood speaking to public counsel.
And good morning, Your Honor. Erin Wellman, P82085, also appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Ted Wallace, P80922, and I represent Sterling Bank, who stands behind me to my right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rita White, P630 on behalf of, please say your name for the record, ma'am.
All right, today's the day and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any preliminary matters before you call?
Yes.
Witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. We have the ME report and prior felony from the register of actions that we would like to get admitted under rule MCL 766.11.
Any objection?
Okay.
For exam purposes, no.
Admit?
Right, Coach Judge?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just requesting a mutual sequestration.
Yeah. So Judge, exhibit 1 is going to be the Wayne County postmortem report. The ME case number is 23-15155. This report was performed by his medical examiner, Catherine Perez, MD, from the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office on December 10th, 2023. The examination was done on Sterling Marquise Manning Brown. The summary is that it's in the opinion of the medical examiner that the death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. Per investigation, the decedent was a 5-year-old male who was found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to his head within his residence, and the manner of death is suicide. In regards to exhibit 2, this is a register of actions for the state of Michigan versus Sterling Marquise Manning, whose date of birth is September 10th of 1990. The case number for this is 207-20049-01. This was filed in February 8th of 2021. And it shows that the defendant was convicted and placed on probation, Judge, for attempt to concealed weapon attempt. It was like the order of conviction and sentence was on March 6th of 2023. Okay, please have permission to publish the report.
Yes.
Please do, Judge.
Also, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm worried you will log up for this time. There doesn't appear to be any other witnesses in the court. I don't know who's background. They're shaking their head. No. That being said, call your first witness.
Judge, we'd like to call Lloyd Davis.
Mr. Lamb.
Good morning, Judge King. I'm here.
What can I do for you?
I was appointed to a case concerning Dominique Thornton, I believe.
Concerning who?
Dominique Thornton. I was advised that it may be scheduled for a preliminary examination today.
No, actually tomorrow. But I was gonna
Okay.
put-
I'm on the other case with Mr. Upshaw. I thought Mr. Upshaw was taking over that, no?
He told the prosecutor he's not taking that case.
Oh.
So we have to give him appointed counsel.
Okay,
So,
understood.
Mr. Lamb, can you come in tomorrow for us to set a date, a new exam date for that?
What time tomorrow, Judge King?
8:30.
I'm sorry, 8:30?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I'll be there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Can you tell her your name and spell it for her? He needs to get his name and spell it. Excuse me, little guy. How you doing? Come on up. Tell me your name. What is it? Lloyd. What's your last name, Lloyd? Last name again is what? Navy, Lloyd Navy. That's your name. That's a pretty cool name. Sorry. Davis. Oh. Don't say Navy. Yeah, go ahead and have a seat right there. How old are you? 9 years old? You go to school? What school do you go to?
King.
What is it?
John King.
John King? John
John
King. Never heard of John King. Okay. What a coincidence. My last name is King too. So do you know what it means to tell the truth and what it means to tell a lie? Okay, so if I told you that you're wearing a red jacket, would I be telling the truth or a lie? All right. And if I told you that I'm wearing a black robe, would I be telling the truth or a lie? True. So can you promise to tell me the truth? Promise to tell me the truth? Then do your best to tell me the truth, right? Okay, very good. Okay, begin when you're ready. Talk into that microphone for me. I said in your lap, okay?
And Judge, just so that the record is clear, there are two individuals that came in the courtroom with Lloyd, our victim advocate, Jamie Buckles, and Alicia Johnson. She's not a witness in this case. She is the aunt of Ms. Brown.
Okay.
So I just wanted the record to reflect that.
All right. Okay, begin when you're ready.
All right, Lloyd. So remember remember to answer with your voice. Use your voice, okay? Speak up loud so everyone can hear you. Can you do that for us today?
Yes.
That's to say. Yes.
Very good.
So Lloyd, do you see your mom in the courtroom today? Can you look around? Look there. Definitely good. Have a record reflect that.
So no.
And what about your daddy? You see your daddy?
Yeah.
What color shirt is your daddy wearing right now?
One.
Can you point to your daddy? Where he's sitting? Good. Judge may reflect that. So this is
So no.
So, Lloyd, do you have any other dads?
No.
So who's the only daddy you know?
That one.
Perfect. Lloyd, do you know why you're here right now? You remember an incident that happened with your brother? Your brother Munch?
Yeah.
And your brother Munch, does he go by a different name? What's Munch's other? And How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have two sisters and I have one brother.
What's your other brother?
Martinez.
And what's your two sisters?
Mommy and Darren.
So Lily and Beanie. And Beanie, does Beanie have a different name? What's her different? So you remember the incident that happened with Munch? So is it okay? We're going to talk about that, okay? Do you remember where you were when this incident happened? What room you were in?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What's that?
I said I was in my mom watching TV.
So you were in your mama's room watching TV? Do you remember who was in the room with you when you were watching TV? What brothers and sisters were with you? Can you tell me who they were?
Martinez and Darren.
So Marquise and Queen were in the room with you when you were watching TV with Bunch? And then, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So you were nodding your head. When you nod your head, what do you mean? Yes or no? Okay. So tell us what happened when you were watching TV in the room with Munch, Marquise, and Queen.
What's put on a table with okay, nothing. The drugs and shots said.
So did you see the gun up there that day? And how many guns did you see in the closet? You saw 2 guns. Did you know how the 2 guns got there? Do you see anyone put the guns in the closet?
No, Lloyd just shook his head no, and we didn't get that verbal response.
Sorry.
Okay.
So when you shake your head like this, Lloyd, what do you mean, yes or no? So did you see anyone put those guns up there earlier that day?
I can't
What's
hear.
that? Yes? No? Do you know how the guns got in the closet? What's that? No? One moment, Judge. So Lloyd, how did you know that the guns were in the closet? That?
Speaking to that microphone from the.
You seen it where? Have you seen the guns up there before? How many times do you think you've seen the gun up there? Have you seen it before the day Munch shot himself? Have you seen the guns up there? No? Do you normally play in your mom's bedroom? Yes? So when you say lunch time on the counter to get up to the gun, do you remember that? Just testifying to that? Judge Ambrose?
No.
Is this what lunch time on to get the gun?
Your Honor, that's.
I'm getting a little, that's leading a little bit.
Yes or no?
Exactly. How did our little leeway in the age of the witness?
But I'd just like to show that on exhibit 15 is a photograph of the room where the incident happened. And there is a table set in front. I pointed that out to the witnesses across the table.
Problem is, I don't have any evidence as to whether the incident happened.
Well, it happened and he had just testified in his mom's bedroom.
Right, so maybe the foundation that picture that you're showing is not there.
Sorry, Judge. So the photograph that I just showed the witness is a photograph of the mom's bedroom.
Your Honor, that's, you're testifying, that needs to come from the witness.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Sorry, Judge. So you recognize this room? This room right here, what is that? What is it? That's your mom's room? Is this the room where you were watching TV? Yeah. TV? Do you guys usually watch TV in this room? Yeah, is that a yes or no? Yeah. Okay. So is this the room, and is this the closet? Yeah. Where lunch got done? Mm-hmm. And what's this right here? And what is that the table that Munch got on to get the gun? Mm-hmm. So when Munch got on the table to get the gun, did he move the table or was the table right there? So he just climbed on it? Yeah. Judge, so I would just like to admit this.
Any objection? Admit.
And Judge, this is exhibit 15. So after you saw Munch shoot himself, what happened after that? Did your mom or dad come into the room? Yes. Yes. So after Munch shot himself, what happened to the gun? Do you remember where the gun went? You have to tell us if your voice. Do you remember that? Did anyone pick up the gun after Munch shot himself? And what happened to the gun? Where did the gun go? You remember? Do you remember anyone coming up and picking the gun up off the ground? Yes. So when you shake your head like this, what does that mean? Yes. And who picked up the gun? Okay, tell us. Your dad? Is that a yes? So your mom and dad, do your mom and dad live in that apartment together with you?
Yes. Did your mom and dad sleep in that room together at night? Do you know if your dad has another apartment? Okay. Have you ever seen your dad with any guns before? Don't you tell us the truth? Yes? Yes. Okay. Lloyd, at any time after Munch shot himself, did you tell your dad that you hid the gun in his truck? Okay. When Munch shot himself, where were your mom and dad? Were they in the room? No. No? Do you know where your mom and dad was? No. So Lloyd, do you remember how old Munch was when he shot himself? Yeah, how old was that? He was 5. And do you remember what the gun looked like that Munch used? Yeah. What did it look like? It was red. Do you remember if it was in any kind of a case, or was it no case at all? No case. How did that gun get up on the shelf?
I can't hear you. A little louder for me.
How did the gun get up on the shelf in the closet? It's okay, you can tell us. Your daddy put it on the shelf? Do you remember when your daddy put it up on the shelf? Was it that day or a different day? What's that? A different day. Did your daddy put both guns up on the shelf? Yeah. Yes. Come on, Judge. So Lloyd, do you know whose those guns were? Were those your mommy's guns or your daddy's guns? Okay. What's that? My dad. They were your dad's guns? Thank you, Judge.
Cross examine. Thank you, Aaron. Okay, approach over there, sure. How you doing, Lloyd? My name's Ted Wallace, I'm an attorney. I'm just gonna ask you a question, is that all right? Yeah. All right, you're 9 years old now? Yeah. What grade are you? First grade. You're in the first grade? All right. So Judge asked you if you know the difference between the lie and the truth, right? Yeah. And you also know that if you don't know the answer, that's okay to say you don't know. So when you said that you didn't see me put the gun there, is that true? Yeah. And then you said you didn't know what happened with the gun, was that true too?
So then when you said, did you also tell the police that you put the gun in a toilet?
No.
You didn't say that? Did you tell the police that you put the gun on a shelf? That gun on the shelf after the gun, after you shot it? You did say that, right? You put it back on the shelf, right? And then you put it in, your daddy's apartment, right? The one that was downstairs? Put the gun there too. And, but you did say you put it on the shelf. Right?
Yeah.
You did, okay. So you touched the gun, correct? Okay. Were you, how tall was Mike? He was short, so if you stand up and show me how tall you are, so I can get an idea how tall he is. So how tall was he? Okay. How tall are you? All right, so he came down about your shoulder, and he climbed up on that table, right? And he stretched all the way when we got that gun.
Yeah.
There's two shelves. Which shelf was it up? The bottom one or the top? On the top one. Okay. And were you and Munch fighting that day? We were having an argument. Remember you can say you don't remember if you don't remember, right?
Talking to the microphone, Lloyd.
So Lloyd, when Munch shot himself, how was he holding the gun? Which hand? Right hand. This is his right hand. So he's holding like this. And can you show me how he pointed the gun at himself? He shot himself on that side of the face. Okay. And what did you do when you shot the gun? I can't hear you, man. You're recorded right now. Okay.
I think when I take it back.
I can't hear at all.
You have to speak up for us, Lloyd. Talk in your outside voice. Act like you're hollering at one of your friends on the playground.
What happened when you shot the gun?
Because for the thing you're saying,
Shot his eye right there. Okay. And where was he when that happened? Was he on the floor?
Yeah.
That's where he was when he shot himself?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when he shot himself, what happened?
I was watching TV.
Okay, but I asked you, so you kept watching TV after he shot himself?
Yeah.
So after he shot himself, he just kept watching TV?
Yeah.
When did you put the gun on the shelf? Put the gun on the shelf today? I'm confused, Lloyd. You said you put the gun on the shelf. When did you do that? Did you put the gun on the shelf after he shot himself? Yes. Okay. And then who came in the room? They were in the room when it happened. But which one of your parents came in the room? Your mom came in the room. Did you tell her you put the gun on the shelf? You didn't? You didn't tell anybody you put the gun on the shelf? So how did the gun get from the shelf to the bathroom if you didn't tell anybody where you put it? You put it on there, didn't you? Yeah, you did, right?
His name.
Lloyd was DD. You know someone named Dee Dee? Is it your aunt's friend? Your aunt doesn't have a friend named Dee Dee? Okay. So, wait, you said you didn't see anyone with the gun in the closet. That was true, right? Yeah. And you said that, you don't know how the gun got up there. That was true, right? Mm-hmm. So when you said you saw your dad put the gun there, that can't be true, can it? You said you don't know how it got there, right? Mm-hmm. So then that means you don't know who put it there, correct? And you said that your dad lived there. Doesn't he live in an apartment downstairs? He doesn't live in an apartment downstairs. All right, thank you.
Ms. White, you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Okay, good morning, Lloyd. How are you?
Good.
Can you hear me loud and clearly?
Yeah.
Can you face me a little more so I can see your face? So you're gonna have to make sure you hold the microphone so you can speak like you're in a playground so we can all hear you clearly, okay?
Okay.
And if I ask you questions that you do not understand, just say, I don't understand, okay?
Okay.
So is it hot or cold outside?
Cold.
Okay. And are you cold with your face covered?
Yes.
Okay. So when I ask you these questions, just you can answer me clearly. Again, if you don't understand, just say you don't understand, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So you testified that Felisa Brown is your mother, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's true that you've lived with Ms. Brown your entire life, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And during the time that you've lived with her, has Ms. Brown, when you are with your siblings or yourself, has she tried to pay attention to you and what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're in the house watching TV or playing games in the house, is it general for Mother Felisa Brown to come and check on you and your siblings to see how you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, so bringing you back to the date of December, do you remember the date that the prosecutor mentioned that you unfortunately observed your brother shot, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and on that date, you testified that you were in a bedroom, correct?
Yeah.
And it was your mother's bedroom?
Yeah.
At that time, you testified that you would see your mother and father sleeping together, correct?
Yeah.
Is that bedroom where you would observe your mom and dad sleeping together?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever observe your mother on that date? When you observed Munch shot, had your mother been in the bedroom?
Ms. White, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we might want to refrain from such words like observe.
Okay.
Testify, stuff like
yes, I'll make it more plain.
Okay.
Did you see your mother come into the room during that date that Munch was shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it's true that you were in the room watching Cars on TV, a TV show with watching Cars, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Who else was watching Cars with you? Okay, your brother and your sister? Okay. And how long were you in that room watching Cars? Maybe about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a half an hour? Okay. Prior to going into that room watching Cars, were you around your mother, Felisa Brown? And where were you around your mother? Were you in the room with her or were you downstairs with her outside? And what made you go to that room? Were you directed to go to the bedroom or did you just go up there with your siblings? Now, did you just say you went downstairs or upstairs with your siblings? Is that a downstairs?
I said downstairs.
Okay, when did you go upstairs with your siblings? How much time? About 5 minutes after being downstairs?
2 minutes.
Who turned on the TV?
I did.
And did you go up with Munch,
Yes.
Lily,
Yes.
and Marquise?
Yes.
How much time, let's say, how much time went by when you were watching the TV show, when basically upon the time that you watched Munch go up the closet, step up the closet? Was it about 5 minutes from the time you started watching TV?
Yes.
Did you tell Munch, did you say anything to Munch about the closet? Don't go up there?
Yes.
And what did you say to him specifically?
Man, don't go up there on the shirt or the purchase shirt.
Okay, did you know a firearm, a gun was at the closet at that time, on the closet?
Yeah.
And how did you know that? Repeat that?
I said, I looked up there.
Okay, so you were able to see the gun on the top of the closet when you went into the bedroom, correct?
Yeah.
In the closet, you had stood up. How much, can you kind of give like a verbal, like show how tall the closet was to you? Was it higher than you or lower than you?
It was higher.
But how much higher? Maybe if you want to raise your hand up to show how higher. But you still could see a gun on top of the closet, correct?
Yeah.
And had you ever seen a gun on that top of the closet before?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see guns in the house before the day that you saw Munch with the gun?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen Miss Brown carrying a gun around the house or in the house before Munch was shot?
No.
Okay, so you said that you had told your mom and dad that Munch was shot, or someone told your parents that Munch was shot, correct?
Yeah.
You had indicated that you were watching TV after Munch was shot, correct?
Yeah.
How much time were you watching TV after your brother was unfortunately shot? Was it 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe?
5 minutes.
What did you watch your siblings doing while you were watching TV at that time?
Protect the gun and get a gun. And much to grab for Munch from the gun.
Okay, so after Munch had shot himself and you were watching TV, what were your siblings doing at that time after Munch had the gun and shot himself? Or what did you observe? Did you observe, were you watching your siblings? Did you see them do anything?
No.
Were they watching TV too?
No.
Were they around the gun?
No.
So when you were watching TV after Munch had shot himself, did you look and see any blood around where Munch was?
Yeah.
And you had said that there was a light glass was broken from a light, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and where Munch was, where was this light? Was it right above him or far away from Munch? Now, you recall saying that Daddy put 2 guns on the shelf a different day, correct? Not the date that your brother was shot, correct? Have you ever observed or watched or seen Mother put any guns anywhere in the house or have guns?
No.
Okay. When you were at maybe in the car going to a grocery store, did you ever see Mother police around your mother with a gun?
No.
So it's fair to say that you've never seen Mother ever holding a gun, correct?
Yeah.
Lastly, my last question, when you were in that room, you said, were you in that room for about 5 minutes or 10 minutes? How long were you in that room watching TV before Munch was shot?
5 minutes.
Okay. And normally, when you're in that room or in the house, does your mother come and check on you and your siblings?
Sustained.
Did your mother come and check on you during that 5 minutes you were in the home?
Objection, that's the answer.
I don't know that particular question.
You just answered yes. And is it true, are you in the second grade?
No.
You're not in the second grade?
No.
But you do attend John King Elementary School?
No.
Are you able to read yet?
I'm gonna object to the relevance.
Your Honor, it's competency, I'm just assessing his complete
Competency
understanding.
was established by the.
I can rephrase.
I'll sustain the objection.
Nothing further.
You may redirect.
I have a few follow-up questions. Aaron Wellman for the record, E82085. Hi, Lloyd. Can I see your face, please? I have a few more questions for you and I want to see your face. Okay, there we go. Okay, so when Mr. Wallace was asking you, Mr. Wallace and Ms. White were asking you questions, you told us that you could see the gun on the shelf. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So I just want to clear up how the gun got on that shelf before Munch shot himself. Did Queen put the gun on that shelf?
No.
Did Marquise put the gun on that shelf?
No.
What about Lily? Did she put the gun on that shelf?
No.
Did your mom put the gun on that shelf?
No.
Did your dad put the gun on that shelf? So you told us just a few more questions. I can hear you better when I see your face. Thanks, Lloyd. So you said that you told us that after Munch shot himself, that you put the gun back on the shelf.
Yeah.
Did any other person come take that gun off that shelf after you put it up there?
Yeah.
Can you tell me who?
I didn't hear that.
Tell me again.
My dad.
Thank you, Lloyd. Okay, just had a few more questions. You were asked about watching TV in the room. Do you remember answering those questions?
Yeah.
So
when you were watching TV in your mom's room, where were you at in the room?
I was in the room watching TV.
Okay. Were you standing up, sitting down, something different?
I was sitting.
Sitting down? Were you sitting down on the floor or on something different?
I was sitting down there.
And Queen was in the room, you said?
Yes.
Where was Queen in the room?
I was in the room, watching TV.
So Queen was watching TV too? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Lloyd. Was Queen sitting down in the room, standing up in the room watching TV, or something different?
I was sitting.
What about Queen? Do you remember if Queen was sitting down or standing up?
I was sitting there watching TV.
Oh, okay. Did you say she was sitting watching TV with you? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Was she on the bed with you or somewhere different?
I was on the bed with you.
Wait, now you had touched the gun to put it back on the shelf. We established that. Did you ever shoot the gun that day?
No.
You told us that your mom checked on you the day that one shot herself.
Yeah.
Do you remember how many times? Well, actually, strike that. Did your mom check on you one time or more than one time?
One time.
And when Munch actually shot himself, was your mom inside, outside, or something different?
Outside.
I'm sorry?
Outside.
Just 1 second, Lloyd. I think I'm all done. 1 second. So I just want to follow up with one more question. When you said that your mom checked on you one time, you remember that? Was that before Munch shot himself or after Munch shot himself? Before, one time before?
Yeah.
Thank you, Lloyd.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I have a couple questions for you. Right, Chrissy, you're gonna tell me the truth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So you said that you called your dad putting that gun on the shelf, is that right?
Yeah.
What day was that? Was that the same day or a different day? Yeah. What shot the shelf? Different day? Had you seen your dad with that gun before?
Yeah.
No. So when dad put that gun in the shelf, you were in the room and you saw him do it?
No.
No? How do you know your dad put the gun on the shelf? Did you see him put it on the shelf or no? When did you see him do it? Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Was that before one shot himself or after? You saw him put the gun on the shelf after? did you see how that gun got on the shelf in the first place? How did they get on the shelf in the first place? Did they put it there?
I am. It just. So Lloyd, I just want to be clear. I just want to clarify. You just told Judge King that you didn't see your dad with that gun there that day, right? And that you'd never seen your dad with that gun before, right? Okay. And after Munch shot himself, you guys went to a different apartment, right? Whose apartment was that?
My dad.
And your dad's apartment, right? So your dad does have his own apartment, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lloyd. You're all set. Step down.
Hey, Coach. Please, a little help. Some help? Yeah. Oh, like that. There you go, watch your stuff.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Judge, we call Sergeant Damari McIntyre.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And your name is ready.
Could you please state your name again for the record?
Jameer McIntyre.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a policeman for the city of Detroit.
How long have you been employed with Detroit?
Be 24 years.
You work in a specific unit?
Yes, I do. I am a sergeant at the homicide section, and I work with the homicide task force. I'm a squad leader.
As a squad leader in a homicide task force, what are your duties?
I take cases, I assign cases, and I respond to various cases that our team is responsible for.
I'm going to take you back to December 9th, 2023. Were you involved in an investigation regarding Lisa Brown and Sterling Virginia?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of that investigation?
Our team was called up to that location because a child had been shot.
And what was your specific role in this investigation?
At the time when I made the location, we had a team briefing and everyone's duties were assigned out. And I went back to the station to assist with intel work and interviews.
What's the location where the shooting took place?
The 16,500 block of Greenfield and apartment building.
And is that in Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview anyone as a part of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with Ms. Elisa Brown and Mr. Sterling Bacon.
How many times did you speak with Ms. Brown and Mr. Lee?
I spoke with them each once that day, on December 9th at Detroit Police Headquarters.
Do you see Elisa Brown in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's sitting at the defense counsel state.
What color?
She's wearing a blue shirt.
Judgment and record reflect that the witness is identified as Lieutenant Brown.
So noted.
And do you see Mr. Minion in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do. He's sitting behind the gentleman in the blue suit at the table.
Judge,
Mr. Bean is wearing a gray shirt.
Judge, may the record reflect that, the defendant, or the witness has, identified defendant, Sterling Minion.
So
Do you recall when you interviewed Ms. Brown?
I interviewed Ms. Brown, after I interviewed Mr. Bean. I don't remember what time exactly I interviewed her that day, but I did interview her.
Was it the same day as the shooting? Do you
Yes,
recall?
it was the same day.
And I'm sorry, where did you say you interviewed Ms. Brown?
At police headquarters, in one of our interview rooms.
When you interviewed Ms. Brown, was she under arrest at that time?
No, she was not.
Did you advise her of anything?
I advised her of her constitutional rights.
Did you have her read her rights, any of those rights out loud to confirm that she understood those?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she understood the rights?
Yes.
And what did she indicate?
She responded that she understood her rights and she did not have any questions as to what her rights were.
To you, did she appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
No.
Did she appear to be suffering from any lack of sleep?
No.
Was she deprived of any food or water?
No.
At any time did Ms. Brown ask for an attorney?
No.
Judge, may I approach?
Right.
Judge, I'm approaching the witness at People's Exhibit A. It's a constitutional right. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is this document?
This is the constitutional rights certificate of notification that we use at the police department.
Is this something that you commonly use?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the document that you used when you interviewed Ms. Louisa Brown?
Yes, it is.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the document that she signed that day?
Yes, it is.
And she did in fact initial sign that document in front of you?
Yes, she did.
Judge, I'd asked you to read the document as exhibit A.
any objection? Okay. Admitted?
Judge, may I approach you?
Right.
No objection, for example.
Admitted.
Okay, and now. Yes, I'm sorry. Come on. And then you testified that you also interviewed defendant Minion.
Yes.
Do you recall the day that you interviewed him?
Said the day.
Was it
Yes,
the same day?
it was December 9th. Yes, ma'am.
And where did you interview him?
He was interviewed at police headquarters. as well.
And the time that you interviewed him, was he under arrest?
No, he was not.
And did you advise him of anything?
I advised him of his constitutional rights.
Did you have him read those rights out loud to confirm he could read, or did you read them to him?
I don't remember if I read them to him or not, but I know we did go through the form and he did initial sign.
Did you ask him if he understood those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he indicate?
He indicated that he understood what his rights were, did not have any questions about his rights.
Did Mr. Minion appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
What about lack of sleep?
No, ma'am.
Was he deprived of any food or water?
No, ma'am.
At any time did he ask for an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Judge, may I approach with People's Exhibit B, which is a constitutional rights form? And sorry, did you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that document?
This is the constitutional rights certificate of notification for Mr. Sterling Minion. He signed and initialed the document.
Okay, and he did that in your presence?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of the document from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to publish this as exhibit B.
Any objection?
No
Is
argument.
that for admittance or public?
Publish.
Okay.
They did it?
Judge, may I publish this?
Yes.
Judge, now I'd ask to turn over to defense so they can argue or what you're regarding one more time.
All right. Any board there to voluntary, Ms. White?
No questions.
All right, the court makes a finding that the statements were normally involuntary.
Thanks, Judge. Sergeant McIntyre, was the interview of Ms. Brown and Mr. Megan recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this video provided to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to providing the video, both videos, to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, did you alter, delete, or edit any of the content in that video?
No, ma'am.
So the video was accurate as recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask for permission to admit and publish the video.
Any objection?
Okay.
Likewise.
Admit it?
So Judge, I'd like to play, first video I'd like to play is the interview done with Lisa Brown. And I would like to mark this as People's Exhibit C.
Did you come into the Zoom?
Yeah, Judge, I believe I was waiting on the Zoom. Let me check to see.
Who are you? Which one, what name are you on?
Would be under prosecutor, I think, A. Woods. Let me see if
T. Woods one. That's you, T. Woods one.
yes.
Oh. Okay, you are now co-host.
So I can join the computer audio.
Yes.
And Your Honor, do we need to officer?
Stay on the stand for the publishing.
Not if you're done with it, but I think we may have some questions down.
Oh, that's true, yeah. So Judge, this is People's Exhibit C. Sergeant McIntyre, what are we looking at up here?
That is myself and Ms. Brown sitting in interview room 513.
So, I'm sorry, this is defendant Lisa Brown and yourself in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where is this video taking place at?
This is at Detroit Police Headquarters in interview room 513.
Judge, permission to play the video? So Judge, I'm gonna start the video. This was right after Miranda form was signed, and the interview was started. It's at 5:19:27.
One 6516 and not 16510.
Yeah.
Okay. You tell me what happened today? When did you find out something happened? You said 15 or 20 minutes before the police came?
Yeah, that's how long it took them to find.
Who told you something happened?
Lucky.
Which kid?
Lily.
So where were you at?
Downstairs. Outside.
With who?
Sterling.
What were you and Sterling doing outside?
His car.
Okay. So did Lily come get you directly, or you saw Lily outside?
I saw her. I went to go check on my little baby. And then I was going to go check on them. And when I left the apartment from checking the little baby, I seen Lily. And I asked her why was she outside. And she said much. I didn't feel. So I ran to the apartment to go check on him. Sterling beat me to him. Sterling stopped me in the living room and said he not breathing. I didn't believe him. So I went in the room and I see my baby laying on the side of the bed. And I tried to get him to wake up. And I start pulling blood outside his mouth. And we trying to get him to breathe again. And I told Sterling to call the ambulance because he wasn't breathing. And then I pulled him outside. That's it.
Where did the gun come from?
It's Sterling's.
It's Sterling's gun? Where did Sterling get the gun from?
We got it from a pawn shop in Adjournment. I got the gun in my room back in like August or July.
Did you register the gun?
So I never got a chance to register the gun.
So is it your gun or Sterling's gun?
It's in my name, but he paid for it. I just put it in my name.
So where did you guys go get it from?
I believe it's Detroit City Pro. I think that's the name of the pawn shop. In Adjournment.
Where was the gun stored at?
The kid said it was in the closet.
Well, where do you store your gun?
I don't store. That's not my gun. I don't store guns because I don't have any. It's not mine.
But it's in your apartment.
Me and Sterling got into 2 days prior to it. And I told him to get his shit.
So he was living there?
Not necessarily. He just like leaves stuff there. Like he had clothes there sometimes. Sometimes he might leave his guns there. Not.
You said guns, plural. So how many guns does he have?
2.
Where's the other one at?
Should have been in his apartment.
What kind of gun is it?
They're both were Glocks. I think one was a 40 and one was a 9. I believe the one that's in my name is 40. No, I purchased the 9, I think the 40 he bought off the street or something. We got it to it first, and I told him to get his shit. And I see him going for it. I didn't see him grab both, but I assumed that he grabbed both. I didn't stand there and watch him.
When he was leaving out, you mean? When he was leaving, you told him to get out?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so is the gun normally kept in the closet?
Yeah, but only when he's there. Like when he's not there, he takes his guns with him. I make him take his guns with him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know he left that. I thought he took both.
What happened to the gun after Munch was shot?
I can only tell you what I think.
Or
Or
what?
what I guess. I don't know. I can't tell you anything for sure. What I think happened is Sterling took the gun and put it up where he hid it in another apartment. He's at his apartment. Maybe no more apartment. He's the apartment. He management. He works for the apartment, so he has access to every apartment. He could have hit it in any room.
Did you see him put the gun up?
No, that's why I said it's my guess.
Where was the gun at when he walked in the room and saw Munch?
I didn't see the gun when I walked in the room. I didn't even look for the gun. My attention was directly on my son. All I know is if it wasn't in that apartment, if it wasn't that tomb or anything around me, then I grabbed him, picked him up. Wasn't no gun.
And you said Sterling got to Munch first. Why does Sterling need guns?
Because he doesn't need. He feel like he need him because he's paranoid. He don't trust people. Sterling almost lost his life and lost his arm getting shot. So now he keeps guns on him as protection because he don't want. He paranoid. He don't want what happened to him before it happened again or worse. Sterling used to be in the streets, but not like a dope dealer. Nothing. He was just doing stupid shit. Just thought being in the streets was.
How long is this video?
Hanging out with people that actually commit crimes, do dumb shit, actually shoot at people and stuff like that. That's the type of crowd Sterling used to hang around, and he was hanging around the wrong guy. Some Jamaican dude named Chris. That I guess that's who we feel like shot him. Sterling lost his arm the same year I had much. My son that he was hanging with some Jamaican dude, and the Jamaican dude shot and killed somebody at the liquor store, and Sterling was with them. Sterling ended up getting picked up by the police. He ended up getting pulled over, and he had a gun on him. And he went to jail for that, but they kept him. So to testify or to show up to court for the dude, and Sterling testified against him. And shortly after that, Sterling got shot.
Can we skip to the part that's relevant?
And then ever since then, he's just been paranoid and always felt like he needed to keep a gun on just in case.
They was being said on that video.
That's okay. It's marked as an exhibit. Okay.
So Sergeant McIntyre, at any other point in that video, do you recall Ms. Brown indicating why she had to get the paperwork in her name for that gun?
No, I don't.
Okay. So Judge, now asking for permission to publish People's Exhibit D, which would be the video to be.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Just enter.
One moment. So Judge, this is
is people that did D, and I will be starting at approximately 409.0.
Ready to go to work. My mother came out.
What's mom's name?
Lisa.
Lisa? Lisa who?
Lisa.
Her Lisa, I'm sorry. Okay.
She had, was trying to help me with my truck, give me with the materials and stuff. Yeah, we put all the materials and stuff into the car. And in the midst of that, like going on, I came back to the front to go to my apartment to grab my keys to the apartments that I gotta go in and gain access to and winterize.
You work in the apartment building?
Yeah, just
okay.
That's how she ended up getting that apartment because we made her a sitter. She was sitting in one of the apartments people was breaking into them. So that's how she ended up in that apartment that she in. I ended up being able to get the apartment that I got now because I've been working with them. And they gave me, that's like one of the perks of being able to work with them. You can get a house, help you get cars, get on your feet. Because I didn't have anything before this. And she ended up helping me. And then when I came up to the front, I seen my two daughters talking to one of the neighbors. And they didn't have on no shoes or anything. So I'm like, what's going on or whatever? And they was like, Munch shot his.
Said Munch?
That's his nickname.
Okay.
And they was like, Munch shot himself. His name was Trevor. It was like, Munch shot himself. And I was like, what do you mean he Munch shot himself? And they was like, yeah, he shot himself. He went in my closet and grabbed a gun and was doing like this in his face, like playing with it or whatever. He said, and he shot himself. So I had ran and told his mother. I said, they telling me that Munch shot himself. And she was like, what? Like, we still was like in disbelief a little bit. So she took off running upstairs and I ended up.
So when she go running upstairs, where is she running to?
Upstairs to the apartment where he shot himself at.
And whose apartment is that?
Hers.
Okay.
And I was on the phone because she kept yelling at me, telling me to call somebody. So I called the dispatch or 911.
Do you call 911?
Yes.
From your phone?
Yes.
Who has your phone?
Some detective or some guy took it.
One of the officers took it? Okay, so you called 911?
Yep, I called 911 and tried it, and they kept asking me what was the address of the emergency, but I couldn't remember it offhand because there's so many addresses that this company be having you remember. Like all the buildings that's on Greenfield, they own them. So it's like, I was like, oh, don't give me 1 second. So I had to run to the front of the building and get the address and tell her what it was. And then when I got back up there, I ran back upstairs, and then the lady was telling me to stay on the phone. She was telling me to stay on the phone while the EMS or somebody was on their way. And I walked in and I see my son. She was holding him.
When you say she, who you talking about?
Lisa.
Okay.
She was holding him. And she was crying. Yeah, I'm saying, so she was like, I knew I should have never got the gun. I knew I should have never got it. She just kept saying that. She said, I knew I should have never got it. I knew we didn't need it. We didn't need protection for it. And she just kept saying it. And I was like, I just told her, I was just like, is he breathing? Is you hear breathing? You hear anything? Like, what is he doing? She's like, he's not doing anything. Not doing nothing. And so I kind of lost it a little bit. And I had to leave out of there. I left out. And I was trying to collect myself. I was in the midst of yelling. And the officers and the EMS people was just arriving. And she picked him up and came outside to like the top porch part, and sat down with him. And I went down and was letting the EMS. I was still up on the lady. I ended up telling the EMS people where he was upstairs. And got out there and she didn't want to let him go for a second. So I had to tell her, like, they gotta see if they can save him. They gotta see if they can save him. Or whatever, but I could tell how it was looking that.
Where was he shot at?
Like, I didn't really get to examine him, but from me looking, it like he got hit in the eye. Like he shot himself in the eye. That's what it looked like, because his eye was like bulged out. Oh my God.
So after the EMS came and they got him outside, what did you guys do next?
Yeah, she was already outside. She took him out of the apartment and sat down in the front.
Okay.
Before the EMS got upstairs. That's what the part where I was telling her to let them get her. And they ended up getting him. And she took him from out her hand. And he started walking down. And then I followed.
You did what?
Yeah, I followed the EMS downstairs.
Okay. Where was the gun at in the room?
The kids kept telling me that he shot himself and he laid the gun. Like, I guess it fell out of his hand. That's what they kept saying. But when I walked in there and seen her holding him, I didn't see no gun. I looked to see if I seen it because I kept asking them, like, where is it? Where is the gun? They kept talking about they didn't know. But then one of the kids had told me that it was laying next to him. And the other kid told me that they all started their stories was different.
Mm-hmm.
The oldest one was the one that told me that he grabbed the gun after Mark shot himself and took it out of the house and put it into one of the trucks and my truck came back.
Now who was this? Which kid did that?
The oldest.
What's his name?
Lloyd.
Lloyd? LLOYD?
Yeah, he not my kid, so it's kind of like hard to.
What's Lloyd's last name?
Davis.
Do you know his date of birth?
No, I know he's like 8 or 9.
Okay. And Lloyd put the gun in the truck?
Yeah, he said because when we was asking him, in front of all of us, he kept saying, I don't know. Then when they were sitting right there and they kept asking me, because one of the officers kept alluding, trying to say like only you and your baby mother was the ones in the house.
Right.
And then before they brought me here, I was giving my kids hugs and stuff, and then Lloyd told me when I gave him a hug, like, the gun is in your truck, Eddie. Like that, I'm like, why you ain't been said shit, but
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this could have, you know what I'm saying? Like, you must have been said that, like, I didn't want to really yell at him or nothing like that because he just saying some tragic shit. So I was like, all right, I'll let him know. And then, they said I was coming to talk to somebody, so you're the first person I told that to.
Okay.
Because they kept saying, like, they kept asking, but did she take it? Or they kept asking. I really don't know. My mind wasn't even, like, in that area to be trying to be investigating or looking for it at that moment. All I know is I asked them to see just in case none of them have it on them to hurt themselves farther than, you know what I'm saying, didn't happen to him.
So what other children are in the house?
That was in there with him. It was Lily.
Is it Lily her full name or is it short for something?
Lily. Oh man, that's messed up. I got like 9 kids outside of them. So it's like, I know this kind of messed up. I don't know that. I know her first name is Lily.
How old is Lily?
7.
You know Lily's birthday?
Her name is Marquise, and he's her twin.
How does Marquise spell his name?
Like mine's M-A-R-K-E-S.
Are these your kids?
This one at the top, no.
No, but Lily and Marquise is your child? How old is Marquise?
He's 7. They're twins.
But you don't remember their birthday? And you said
Queen.
Is Queen your child?
Yes.
How old is Queen?
Queen is. She's under months. She is 4.
And Munch's real name is what?
Sterling 5 months.
Okay. When is his birthday? How old is Munch? He's 5?
Yeah, it's like it's
Okay. I'm gonna just ask you a couple more questions, all right?
yes.
So what were you doing before Munch was shot?
Messing with my car on my way to go mess with my car.
When you say on your way, what you mean?
Like I was just waking up to just actually waking up. Today was my off day.
Okay, so you woke up and you was gonna work on your car?
Yeah.
All right.
I get my car and then get this stuff together. But to go start doing squatter removals.
What apartment do you live in?
We just moved in there. We didn't even get a chance to. Usually when somebody move out of there, supposed to be able to, remove everything, throw it in the dump, stuff like that. I ain't even get to do that. So it's like my first night, like actually been. That's why there's so many roaches and stuff in that apartment. I had time to make the exterminator come and stuff.
What apartment does Felicia live in?
It is apartment, I want to say 211. I think, if I'm mistaken, I think it's 211 or 213.
The 211 or 210, you said?
211 or 213. I can't remember how that goes because it's 111.
Because when I went up there, when you get off the stairs, it's 211 and 210.
At the top?
Yeah.
211, 210.
210? Okay.
That's to get to your left.
At one point, did you live in 210 with her, or you always lived separate from her?
We always live separate.
All right. Say it again.
My throat. Yeah, me and her though. We ain't been really seeing eye to eye really, so I kind of trying to be there quick.
Judge, I'm stopping at 422.05 and I do have to go. I don't have longer for one.
Mr. Mania, a couple things. Here's a search warrant for you for your apartment.
Yes.
All right. Now, in there, we found a gun in the toilet. You want to tell me about that?
I heard you got to be the old tenants.
You say it's the old tenants?
Yeah, he was trying to get over there. He got to be because he was trying to get over there. He was trying to get that maybe. I don't know how to say it. It was been it was like 3 weeks ago. My boss was telling me about it. He said he was trying to get over there to get it, but something had happened because I had to let some detectives or something over there into that apartment. But they said they were doing a well-being check on him. Something about the tenant that was standing there. I can't think. What was the name of the detective that was there? Because he said he was trying to get in there. And he said he wanted to check to see. And he said if he was able to get in there, give him a call and say to let him know if the guy was in there dead or not.
All right.
Judge, I'm gonna stop that at 6:08:52. I just have a quick question for, sorry, just to wrap it up. So during the investigation, you interviewed both defendants, and you spoke about their children. Do you recall the age of Lloyd Davis?
believe it was 8. I can't be for sure, but I believe it was 8.
Okay, and Queen Minion, do you recall?
I don't recall how old Queen or is, rather.
Would it refresh your memory if you were to look at an incident report?
Yes.
Judge Maddox, approach. And looking at the incident report, refresh your memory?
Yes.
And do you recall how old Queen Minion was during this incident?
4 years old.
Thank you, Judge.
Any crossing time? Yes, sure. Thank you. Morning, Sergeant. Good morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just have a couple of questions for you. So when you interviewed my client, he stated that he lived in a separate place, right?
Yes.
And that he always lived in a separate place, right? I think the words where it says they always live separate.
Yes.
And Ms. Brown said she bought the gun, right?
Yes.
And she said that that she told Mr. Minion to get all the stuff out days before this incident.
Yes.
So this was Brown's apartment, right?
Yes.
Mr. Minion never lived there, correct?
That's what he said, but yeah.
And Ms. Brown never said he lived there either, right?
To my recollection, she said he stayed there, but she didn't say whether he lived there or not.
Okay, so she said
he would stay there from time.
Okay, and so in the spirit of him staying there, she said he wasn't there that day, right?
He wasn't aware that
he wasn't in her apartment that day, right?
I don't recall. She said he was in her apartment that day.
Well, she didn't say. She said he didn't put anything in there that day, right?
No, I don't believe she did. No, sir.
Okay. So, and then Mr. Minion said he had just moved into 106.
Yes.
And that all the stuff that was in 106 needed to be thrown out because it's a previous tenant.
No, I don't recall him saying anything like that, sir.
You didn't just say it on the video that was a previous tenant, all the stuff was still there?
He just made reference to a handgun that was found in the toilet. He said that was a previous tenant. He didn't say anything else about any other property.
Okay, all right, thanks. And did you have anything to do with the investigating of this case other than these interviews?
Just the interviews and the initial response to the scene.
Okay. So you didn't recover any weapons, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't investigate where any of these weapons may have gone or where they came from?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't know if anybody followed up to find out the gun that was around admitted to find, right?
There was some follow-up work done. I don't know to what extent, but yes, there was some follow-up.
And so we don't know what size caliber that gun was?
That's a question I can't answer, sir.
And we don't know, and there was no, and as far as you know, there's no shell case recovered, correct?
There was no case recovered.
And there's no bullet recovered either, correct?
I don't recall there was a bullet recovered either.
So there's no way of telling what gun young Sterling used, correct?
That is correct. We just know that he died by a fire.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, so when you had questioned Ms. Brown, you recall from the statement that you had asked her where the gun was kept, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she had testified, she had stated that it's where Sterling usually keeps the gun when he is there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't in your statement, but did you expound or ask any additional questions, such as, is he there all the time, or is it just when he's there?
I believe it was just when he was there.
Okay, and you also asked a question about has Ms. Brown ever handled the gun before? Were you referring to just one gun or the two guns?
I can't recall the context in which I asked the question. I just asked her, has she handled the gun?
Okay, so you weren't able to clarify whether the gun that she indicated she had touched was the gun involved in the shooting with her son, much, correct?
No.
And it's also true that when you asked, mother, Miss Brown, Miss Felisa Brown, if she had ever seen, Big Sterling with guns, meaning Merlin, Mr. Sterling with guns, she had stated that she did not see a gun on the date of the unfortunate shooting, not today. Or was it? When she indicated, but not today, were you clarified as to whether she indicated whether it was on the date of the shooting or but not the date of the day that you took the statement?
If you give me a moment to refresh my
Yes.
recollection on her statement, I will do so. You're referring to the third page of the statement, I believe?
Yes, the second page.
Second page? The answer that she provided, well, the question was, have you seen Big Sterling with guns? And she answered yes, but not today. One of them was on his bed in his apartment.
Okay, and his apartment, meaning not the 210 apartment, the apartment that he stayed in separate.
That would be correct. That would be my assumption for that, yes.
And outside of what was written in the four corners of the statement, did you ask Ms. Brown, because I couldn't really decipher half of what was stated on that recording, whether Ms. Brown had ever owned a gun herself?
No.
Okay, and isn't it true that she never acknowledged that she ever owned a gun?
She admitted to purchasing a firearm, but she also admitted to not registering the firearm.
Okay, however, she never admitted to actually having or possessing a gun on her or around her.
No.
Did you ask Ms. Brown if she at any point in time needed a gun for herself?
No.
Nothing.
Any redirect?
A few questions, Your Honor. McIntyre, I just have a few follow-up questions for you. Mr. Wallace was asking you about the gun that Ms. Brown said she bought from Mr. Minion. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
And when talking to Ms. Brown about purchasing that gun, just to clarify, who did she say she purchased that gun for?
Mr. Minion.
And who did Ms. Brown say paid for the gun?
Mr. Minion.
And the interview, we published some of the interview and then paused it. But was there a point in time during your interview with Ms. Brown where she discusses the other gun that she has seen Mr. Minion with?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what type of gun that was? What type of millimeter?
9mm.
Did she tell you what color it was?
I don't recall if she said what color it was, but she theorized that Mr. Minion had purchased a
Objection,
second.
speculation.
I didn't hear even.
There was, I don't recall, but then she theorized, I'm arguing speculation.
You said she theorized.
Yes.
Not that he was theorizing. No, it was not that one.
It wasn't on the video.
It says it relates to your client?
Yes.
It's this thing as it relates to your client.
And when speaking to Ms. Brown about this 9mm, did she indicate if this 9mm was in a holster, not in a holster, something different?
I have to look at her statement to refresh my recollection.
If that would refresh your recollection, please do so next time.
So I asked, it's on page 2, I asked Ms. Brown to describe a gun. And she answered, it's all black in a black holster. I believe it's a 40 cal. Sterling has 2 guns. I don't know which one he used, the 9 or the 40.
The 2 guns and one of them was in a black holster.
Yes, sir.
And then just to clarify a couple more things here. When talking about, Ms. White was asking you about the gun in the closet. Did Ms. Brown at any point indicate if it was standard or normal for Mr. Minion to keep the gun in the closet?
I have to review the statement.
Please do.
just gonna give the hearsay as this.
You don't have to.
Okay, okay.
The question was on the second page, where was the gun kept? Ms. Brown answered, I guess it was in the closet. That's usually where Sterling keeps it when he is there.
And in fact, following up to that, did Ms. Brown say that she allowed him to keep the gun in that closet?
It doesn't, I don't believe I asked a question pertaining to that.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right. Sir, I think I heard you say this gun was not registered, is that right?
That is the answer she gave, yes, Your Honor.
Did you do any independent checkup to see if the gun was registered?
I did not.
When you take a statement from a defendant, I know you usually get background information from them, and I see that was done with Ms. Brown, that you got her date of birth, age, sex, race, and residence, phone number, all of that good stuff. When it comes to Mr. Minion, you just got his name, date of birth, age, sex, no address.
I didn't fill the residence portion out, but I did put it on his license rights form at the top where it was address.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. All right, so that is your different address.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions based on my questions?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may stay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses for the people?
Yes, Judge, the people call,
Give me an offer. Who you call me?
well, Judge, I'm gonna call Sergeant Reginald Beasley. He's the officer who responded. He did the initial scene investigation. He was the one that located, there was a clip that was located in Lisa Brown's apartment, and
Her apartment, isn't that where the shooting happened?
Yes,
That's,
and he also
is that in
located,
dispute?
I'm sorry,
Is that in dispute? That the clip was found? Did he get hit from the witness about that?
no. Okay, if they're willing to stipulate, and also there was a gun cleaning kit that was located in the Sterling Minion's apartment.
Okay.
And then I have another officer that I was going to call, Sergeant Shannon Jones. She was the officer that actually located the gun, the black gun with the holster in the toilet on the street.
You guys need to hear from the whole witness as well, or you willing to stipulate this?
I stipulate that there wasn't a gun found.
Yeah.
Mr. Minion's apartment.
A gun found in Mr. Minion's apartment, a gun cleaning kit in his apartment, and her apartment.
Okay. Court receives those
But
stipulations.
I would ask that it just be stipulated that that was a 9mm black gun in the holster. That was found in the apartment of Mr. Minion. We should be more specific, because there's 2 guns involved here.
So stipulate, for example.
For example,
For example.
yes.
Court receives those stipulations. Anything else?
That's a judge.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defense?
Nothing from Mr. Minion.
No, you're right.
People?
Yes, Judge. So Judge, we heard testimony from Lloyd Davis, who is 9 years old today. We also heard testimony from the officer that he was 8 at the time of the incident. Alyssa Brown is his mother. He considers Sterling Minion to be his father. That's the only father he's ever known. He testified that his mom and dad were downstairs. He testified that he was upstairs watching TV. And in the room with him was his brother Munch, who we know is the 5-year-old that shot himself. That's his nickname, Munch. His sister Queen, who was 4 years old, and Lloyd were all in the room at the same time when Lloyd witnessed Munch climb up on a little dresser, which he described and pointed out in a photograph, got up on top of the shelf and got a handgun. Little Lloyd said that these were his dad's guns, that there were 2 guns that were up on that closet shelf. And then at some point, he went back and forth as to whether his dad put the gun there that day or on a different day. Lloyd testified that he saw his little brother come down off the shelf, and he described that Munch pointed the gun towards his face, pulled back something, and shot himself in his eye. Then he testified that during the shooting, Mom and Dad were not in the room, they were downstairs. That Lloyd then said he picked up the gun after the shooting and placed it back on the closet. And then Lloyd also testified that his dad came in and took the gun with him after the shooting. He testified that as far as he knew, Mom and Dad lived there. Dad was there, Dad slept with Mom in that bedroom. He testified that they normally watch TV in that bedroom. He also testified that he could clearly see the gun on top of the shelf when he was sitting on the couch watching TV. He testified that during the shooting, he was sitting down watching TV, and his little sister, Queen, who's 4 years old, was sitting near him, and they were all watching TV together whenever Munch shot himself. We heard testimony from Halissa Brown, or an interview from Halissa Brown, that Sterling Minion, she's characterized him as being paranoid. He always had to have a gun with him. And that Mr. Minion normally kept the gun in her closet on the top shelf. She also said that she left her children unattended in a room where she knew Sterling Minion would keep that gun. Halissa Brown told the officer that she was outside, she was down with Mr. Minion working on his truck during the time of the shooting. When she was down there working on the truck, she said that she saw her kids come outside, and she went over to Lily, and Lily told her that Munch shot himself. She said she didn't really believe it. She says that Mr. Minion goes up to the apartment first. And then she says that he comes out of the apartment and tells her that he's dead. So she then goes into the apartment to check on her son. She tries to get him breathing, and he wasn't breathing. She says that she didn't see a gun when she went to check on her son. After she found her son lying on the floor, she then directed Mr. Minion to call 911. She saw Sterling Minion leave the room for several minutes before he came back into the room. And Halissa testified that Sterling Minion owned a 9mm gun that he bought off the street, and she also went to a pawn shop and bought him a gun. She described Sterling's gun as being a black 9mm in a black holster. Miss Brown told the officers that she completed the paperwork at the gun shop, and that Sterling paid for the gun with his money, and Sterling kept the gun.
You don't have to reiterate all the facts I've already heard.
Okay, Judge.
Just give me your argument as to why she lied.
Okay, Judge. For count one, we believe that Sterling Minion did cause the death of his son Munch, Sterling Minion Brown, by acting in a grossly negligent manner by placing a handgun in an area accessible to children. We know that this happened in Detroit, which is in the county of Wayne. Mr. Minion acted with gross negligence by placing a loaded handgun or two handguns in an unsecured closet and allowing his children to have unsupervised access to those loaded to the loaded handgun. The defendant knew that this situation required an exercise of ordinary care and diligence to avert this kind of injury, Judge. It goes without saying that a loaded handgun does pose a danger to young children who are not being monitored by an adult. Defendant had the ability to avoid the harm by exercising ordinary care and diligence. Aside from the fact that it was illegal for him to possess a weapon because of his conviction status of being a convicted felon, he could have avoided the harm by removing the ammunition from the gun, which he failed to do. He could have placed it in a secure location, which he failed to do. Not only that, he allowed his children to play unsupervised in a room where this two guns that could have been easily accessed by any of his children in that room. By allowing the young children to play unsupervised in a room where he kept loaded, readily accessible handguns, he failed to use the requisite care and diligence. He failed to avert any threatened danger where the result was likely to prove disastrous for his children. But for the defendant keeping a loaded handgun in an unlocked closet in the bedroom where his children were watching TV without supervision, little Sterling Munch Brown Minion could not have obtained the weapon and accidentally shot himself, causing his own death. A child dying from an accidental gunshot is exactly the type of harm that is to be accepted from the defendant's conduct of keeping a loaded weapon readily accessible in a room where young children are playing unattended. Judge, these actions were reasonably foreseeable that this would happen. We all know that young children fail to appreciate the risk posed by a loaded firearm in the same way that an adult would. Therefore, it is foreseeable that Munch would accidentally fire this loaded weapon that was readily accessible in the room for him whenever he was there with his siblings playing unsupervised. Alyssa Brown, we charge this as an aider and abetter. We believe that she did aid and abet in the commission of these offenses and should be punished as if she had directly committed the offense. First of all, these crimes were committed by Sterling Minion. Second, before the crime, Ms. Brown assisted in the commission of this crime. She knowingly purchased a weapon for a person who was unable to legally own a gun. She herself says she went to a pawn shop and filled out the paperwork for Mr. Minion. Mr. Minion paid for the weapon and then kept possession of the weapon. Ms. Brown and Mr. Minion had known each other for several years and shared 4 children together. Ms. Brown gave Mr. Minion access to her apartment. As we heard from the testimony from the young Lloyd, he thought his dad lived there. Ms. Brown and Mr. Minion normally kept the guns unsecured in her bedroom closet. Ms. Brown knew that her children played and watched TV in that room, and Ms. Brown allowed her children to occupy that room unattended while she was outside with Mr. Minion while they were both downstairs working on his truck. It was a probable consequence that by allowing guns to be unsafely kept in an unlocked closet where her children were left unattended, that her children could gain access to the weapon and accidentally harm themselves. Ms. Brown created the circumstance, and the result was reasonably foreseeable. The amount of aid or encouragement is not important if it had the effect of inducing the commission of this crime. Even though Ms. Brown may not have encouraged Mr. Minion to store a loaded gun in her unlocked closet, she allowed him to do so frequently. By allowing this type of behavior to continue, Ms. Brown's decision had the effect of inducing this type of crime. Therefore, Ms. Brown took action that supported and incited this type of crime. A reasonable person would have known that by allowing another person to store a loaded gun in an unlocked closet in a room where she would allow her children to play in an unsupervised manner would lead to a child accidentally firing a weapon causing harm. And also, we believe there was a common enterprise to allow the firearms to be unsecured in the closet and to allow their children access to the same room where the guns were unsecured without supervision. So Ms. Brown is responsible because she had wantonly and willfully disregarded the likelihood of this behavior to cause death or great bodily harm. There was some testimony as to whether he had moved his stuff out prior. She didn't know that the gun, the defense is saying in the interview, they pointed out that maybe she wasn't sure that the gun was up there, but Judge, any reasonable person who knew that the man who lived there came in and out of their apartment frequently, who always had guns on him, would have checked. It would have taken about 10 seconds for her to check to make sure that that gun was not up there when her children were playing. Lloyd Davis pointed out that she came and checked on them once while they were up there playing. She could have, the kids saw the gun sitting on the bed. It was an open view. When mom came up to check on her kids, she knew that he stored the guns up there. All she had to do was glance, Judge, to see if those guns were up there. She failed to do that. She went back downstairs and continued to let her children play up there. So she failed any kind of reasonable duty as a parent to look. Would have taken 1 second of her time to check that closet to see if those guns were up there, but she failed to do so. In regards to the second count 2, child abuse in the second degree, we do believe that Sterling Minion did cause serious harm to Sterling Munch from Minion by putting that gun in an area accessible to children. We've established the fact that he is the father of Munch. He committed a reckless act. He consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable act by placing that loaded handgun or handguns in an unlocked closet where Sterling Brown and his siblings were watching TV.
We had 2 counts of child abuse.
Right. So, and we use, Judge, we're going to use the aiding and abetting for Alyssa Brown. I know you're in a hurry, so I'm going to get to count 3 and 4. Is it okay to continue my argument, Judge?
I asked a direct question. I want to know, why do you have these multiple counts of child abuse second degree?
I'm sorry.
Why do you have the multiple counts of child abuse second degree?
So, Judge, we have, so for the count 2 is for the child that killed himself.
Right.
And then 3 and 4, which we established from Lloyd, that Lloyd was sitting on the bed and Queen was sitting on the bed whenever Munch shot himself. Judge, we believe that that put them in direct harm. They could have been easily shot. But when Munch fired that gun and shot himself, what if it would have shot one of the other kids? What if after Munch shot himself, little Lily or little Lloyd picked up that gun and shot themselves? So they were in direct harm of also being harmed by that
So
gun.
you want me to bind over on child abuse second for if these actions had occurred?
Yes, Judge, because the law is that it was likely to cause serious physical or mental harm. And we believe that it could have caused physical injury to both Lloyd and Lily. And furthermore, Judge, they watched the incident. They saw their brother shoot and kill himself. I believe that that's going to scar these kids the rest of their lives. So that is mental harm, Judge. The fact that they had to watch that, you know, I think that's going to leave an impression on these young kids for the rest of their lives.
But they have to knowingly and intentionally commit an act that cause that serious physical or mental harm.
Yes, Judge. He knowingly put the gun in the closet. It was something that was regularly done. And it did in fact cause this act. It was, they consciously disregarded that, Judge. And in regards to firearms possession by a felon, Judge, we've heard testimony.
That's a no-brainer.
Okay. And we're also charging, we would like to add her as an aider and abetter by the fact, Judge, that she went to that pawn shop. She filled out that paperwork, Judge.
So you're adding her to count 5?
Yes, Judge, as an aider and abetter. He wouldn't have had that second gun if it wasn't for the fact that she went to that pawn shop. She filled out the paperwork for him. Judge, she knew he couldn't fill out the paperwork. She
I get it. I understand aiding and abetting.
Okay. Judge. So he wouldn't have never had the second handgun. Furthermore, Judge, we don't know what gun was used to kill that little boy because it was never found. It was never located next to the son. We have one gun that was found in the toilet down in Mr. Minion's apartment, which is a 9mm that which Melissa Brown says that he had owned. But where there was no fragments found from the ME report.
Refresh my memory, what was the other gun?
There was no, we never located it, Judge. So we don't know if it was the gun that she purchased at the pawn shop or if it was the gun that Mr. Minion had kept in his toilet that was located in the toilet. Now we know Lloyd Brown said there was 2 guns when this incident happened. Neither of those guns were found by the officers. One was found in the toilet, the other one we were never able to locate. And then the other counts, Judge, are the weapons, felony, firearm. We do believe that, you know, they were in possession of the weapons when this incident happened. Both mom, dad says they're his guns or her guns. She says they're his guns. They were in her apartment. They both had access to that apartment. And not only that, we heard testimony from little Lloyd that said he saw his dad put those guns up there in that closet. And then he said that he testified that after Munch shot himself, he saw his dad pick up that gun and take and leave with the judge after the shooting. So that goes to culpability, the fact that he would take the gun. Not only that, he told the officers, hey, little Lloyd told me that he took the gun and he put it in my truck. I asked Lloyd, did you ever say that to your dad? Lloyd said no. So here now we have the defendant sending the officers on a wild goose chase to go search his vehicle, thinking they're going to find the gun in there. So all of this goes to culpability, Judge, that that he had those guns, Judge. One moment. One more moment, Judge.
Your Honor, Aaron Moment, I just wanted to clarify for counts, the court had some inquiry on the 2 other counts of child abuse in the 2nd degree and the act, and so I just wanted to clarify something briefly. As the court heard, there were 5 children within that apartment. There were only 2 additional acts, 2 additional counts of child abuse in the 2nd degree. Those were for the children that were in the close proximity of the shooting. The evidence shows, that was presented, shows that that was Queen and Lloyd, that they were in the room when little Sterling Minion got the gun from the shelf and fired it. The other 2 children were not in the room. And you can't get to the likelihood of putting Lloyd and Queen in imminent danger of serious physical or mental harm without the act of putting that gun in the closet in an unsecured location. So we do believe from a probable cause standpoint that those 2 counts would be supported for Queen and Lloyd as well.
So would it be your position that, let's say nothing happened other than the gun was found in the closet, that just by virtue of the children being in the room, that would be child abuse in the 2nd degree?
No. It's the fact that the gun was accessed and the gun was shot. And then therein lies putting Queen and Lloyd in danger. Had no one accessed the gun, we wouldn't be here today. No one would have been. There still is a danger there, but the danger happens when a curious child gets their hands on that unsecured gun. And at that time, that's when Queen and Lloyd were at risk of serious physical harm. But again, you don't get there without that reckless act.
Thank you. We're almost there, Mr. Brown.
So, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Minion, we'd object to the bind over for the manslaughter and the child abuse. I would even make an argument that the felon in possession is a questionable one. But I'll just start off with the highlights. Both Ms. Brown said that Mr. Minion doesn't live there, Mr. Minion said that he doesn't live, that they don't stay together. The people have admitted over and over and over again that Mr. Brown has his own place. And when they tried to revoke his bond, they solidified that by saying he has no rights to that place. So in order for him to control what's going on in a place, he should at least have dominion and control of being of the
place or of the item.
Of the item. Of the item. He's not allowed in there. He was in
He said he's not allowed in there.
The people
at the time.
Well, okay, but
at the time of this, he said he wasn't allowed in there.
Ms. Brown stated he didn't live there. That she
lived there, but that doesn't mean that
she told him to get his stuff
they're
out.
in a dating relationship. He's there so much that the kid thinks he lives there.
Judge, the kid said he put the gun there and then he didn't put the gun there.
I understand.
So with his recollection of when that was, he's answering a question about something that happened way before that, because Ms. Brown stated in her interview a few days prior to this that she told him to get all the stuff out, and that she didn't know the gun was there. How does a 9-year-old this tall see something that his mother didn't see? His mother said Mr. Minion didn't put the gun there. His mother admitted to purchasing a gun illegally. So she just
don't want me to use her statement.
No. But what we're stating is that there's nothing. Mr. Minion had no control over being in that house. No control of what was in that house. He was working when this was going on. Lloyd stated he took the gun afterwards and put it back on the shelf. There's 2 shelves. I asked Lloyd specifically which shelf. He said the top shelf. If Your Honor will look at the picture of that closet, little Munch is 3'6". Standing on that table, where that table is placed, and reaching over to that top shelf would be an acrobatic feat to something to whatever happened. I don't know what happened in there. I don't know how that gun got off the shelf. But I suspect, based on the testimony and the photos of that room, that there's more that's not being told by us. And in any case, the gun that was found in Mr. Minion's apartment, I'm assuming that that's going to get bound over, so I call that a question of fact, but that's a 9mm. There's no .40 caliber found. And there's no evidence, there's been no testimony or evidence on what type of round killed Little Munch. But we know there's a .40 caliber that Ms. Brown purchased, missing. So there's nothing there's no access for Mr. Minion in that apartment other than he stays there and had been told to get all this stuff out a few days later and has no access to the place. So in order to say that Mr. Minion created an environment in a place that he doesn't live doesn't really make a lot of sense. There's 2 guns, there's only 1 found. There's been no attempt to find the shell casing. There's been no attempt to find the bullet fragment. I would say that it's probably pretty clear where that bullet fragment would be if the light got broken over Munch's head. Nothing has been done. Nothing has been done to prove that the gun that was found in Mr. Minion's apartment was the one used. Nothing has been done to show that Mr. Minion had control of that apartment and or the gun. So the bind over, for the child abuse and the manslaughters, they haven't even proven that not beyond reasonable doubt, but they haven't even shown to a standard of probable cause that Mr. Minion had anything to do with that gun being. And so we would object to that, and I would say that the felon in possession would be a question of fact.
Thank you. Your Honor, I am also going to object to bind over on behalf of my client, Ms. Brown. From what you hear from the witness, Mr. Lloyd, he testified, he's I think 9 years old, and he testified to being in a room with his siblings, watching a TV, watching a show regarding cars. I asked Lloyd if mother had been at the home, been in the room before, during, or after the time they were in that room. Lloyd testified that mother, Ms. Brown, had went and checked up on them prior before they went into the room. And it was 5 minutes that they were in the room and this unfortunate incident occurred. from what you hear here from the testimony and from the statement, mother, yes, there was a gun that was testified that was in the room in the closet. However, was the closet open or closed when she went into the room? Was the gun apparent as opposed to what Lloyd indicated was on top of the closet, or was it on the side of the closet? There was no testimony specifically from Ms. Brown's statement that she indicated that when she was asked the question of, have you seen Dick Sterling with the guns? Yes, but not today. If it was there, it would have been in his apartment. So that shows you knowledge. Did she have knowledge that there was a gun in the home or in her room at that time? No. Also, there was a question asked to Ms. Brown, where was the gun kept? I guess it was kept in the closet, but usually Sterling keeps it when he is there. There was no testimony that Sterling Minion went into the room before the children entered and checked out the rooms. There was only testimony that mother went in to make sure the kids are cared for and safe. From what I hear from the testimony is that the Lloyd testified to the fact that prior to what in the statement indicates that a gun, which has not been at this point identified as which gun was used in the fatal shooting of Munchin, that Lloyd had never saw a gun before. Lloyd had never saw mom with a gun. And they were in the room for about 5 minutes, as I indicated before. I understand that there are prosecutors making a position to utilize aiding and abetting, but we have to show knowledge. We have to we have to show assistance. We have to show some type of support of Ms. Brown being in a position that she knowingly knew a gun was in the actual room, and she had knowledge of that gun, and she just left it there for the kids to just sit there and unfortunately grab it and shoot one shot. One was shot. What we have here is mother. This is more so an issue where the parent was grieving. This is a matter that I don't believe rises to criminal. Yes, there could be some potential child welfare issues such as failure to protect, but that is not a criminal matter. That's a civil matter. What we have here is mother had the children go up to watch TV, and unfortunately, I don't want to put it there, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Hindsight is 50-50. When that 5 minutes, a child got a hold of a gun, and mother did not believe from her testimony, her statement, that a gun was there on that day in the room. And yes, unfortunately, she may not have seen the gun, may not have looked at the gun that was there, but that's not something that would rise to criminal unless she knew the gun was there, knew the gun was sitting on the closet, and just left the kids and went down to work on the cars. Not from any testimony or statements did you hear that any of that was elicited. So what I would argue is that this was an unfortunate situation, but it's more so regarding mother and accident. I don't see any knowledge that mother even stated to or was testified to that she intentionally and grossly and negligently caused the act to occur in that room. So with that, I would ask that you dismiss all charges on behalf of mother.
Okay, so I've chosen to charge and count one manslaughter, voluntary, which means they have to show that it was gross negligence that caused the death of Sterling Mason. The very first witness they called was a very young, immature witness who could pretty much be dead anyway. And I put no stock or credence in his testimony when you try to narrow him to minutes. He has no idea. He doesn't have a very good concept of time, because I asked him when did his father put the gun in there, he said tomorrow. That doesn't mean that I disregard all of his testimony, because as the jury instructions so instruct, I can believe any part of a witness's testimony or none of the witness's testimony. It just so happens that I do believe some portions of his testimony. Now, one thing is clear to this court: this boy absolutely loves his mother. I can see the sheer excitement in his face when he saw her in the courtroom. Hi, mommy. Almost broke my heart. And quite frankly, there's nothing that any of us can do to even one of these people that sit before us right now because they lost a 5-year-old child. Regardless of their relationship, regardless of how negligent or grossly negligent they may have been, there's nothing else that we can do to them, I'm sure. I can only imagine how they feel to lose a 5-year-old child. But the law does punish this kind of conduct. A parent is grossly negligent by leaving a loaded weapon in a room full of kids. And that's what happened here. Now, it just so happens that this defendant probably shouldn't have had a gun in the first place. I'm talking about Mr. Ming, in that he is a convicted felon, and his rights to possess a weapon has not been restored. So he should have not been in possession of a weapon to begin with. I believe that defendant Brown acted as his straw man, purchased the gun for him. Is that in and of itself aiding and abetting a manslaughter? Probably not, but it goes further because she gives a statement where she admits that she knew he had the gun, she knew where he kept the gun. In a perfect world, I would like for an officer to ask one of these defendants, or when he kept it in the closet, to keep it in a lockbox or with a gun lock or anything like that. But those questions weren't asked. I would like to know if the gun was registered to someone. I would like to know follow-up questions about the bullet and the gun, what this young man was killed with. What kind of gun? Was it a 40 caliber or was it a 9mm? None of those questions have been answered, not in this hearing. So there still needs to be some work done on this case, if it is to go further. But all that aside, what this court has to determine is whether or not people make their burden of probable cause as it relates to count one involuntary manslaughter. And as I'm required to do by law, I have to look at each defendant separately and not use their statements against the other. That would be illegal for me to do so. So just looking at their individual statements and the testimony that I received from the stand from young Lloyd, as it relates to defendant Minion, he pretty much throws his significant other under the bus. He pretty much says, I don't stay there. It was her gun. She's hollering. I knew I shouldn't have hit the gun or something to that effect. But what evidence do I have against him that he was in possession of these guns? Well, we find a gun in the toilet in his room, or in his apartment. Whether or not that is in fact a murder weapon, I don't know. That would be some good information to know, but it might be something to it in that it was found in the toilet. So why is he trying to conceal this gun in a toilet? That gun wasn't used for some reason. That coupled with Lloyd's testimony, Lloyd Davis' testimony that he saw his father put the gun on the shelf. Now, I know he said a lot of things, and he said some things that didn't necessarily make sense. But as I indicated, there's some things that I can take, there's some things I can disregard. That I will take, that he said, and he said it over and over again, that he saw his father put the weapon on the shelf. So if he saw his father put the weapon on the shelf, and young Sterling Minion was able to gain access to that weapon and cause harm to himself, that is the pure definition of being grossly negligent, leaving a loaded weapon in the room with a room full of children. And one of those children gets a hold of that little weapon and causes harm to himself. So the court is satisfied that people met the burden of probable cause as relates to count one on Mr. Sterling Martinez Minion. Now, as it relates to Ms. Brown, Ms. Brown admits that she's a straw man. She buys the gun, but I don't even necessarily have to look at aiding and abetting. I can also determine whether or not she was in actual or constructive possession of this weapon while it was in the home. She said that she's touched it. She knows where it is when according to her, when the defendant was there, that she has the right to control the weapon that was there. She said that she's touched it. She knows where it is. She knows that these kids are in her room. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around why, if I have a gun and this gun belongs to me, I'm keeping it in someone else's house. Unless I'm there a lot. I spend the night there a lot because even the kids think I live there. And they look at me as dad, we sleep in the same bed and all these things. So I guess I answered my own question. But I think there's enough there to bind Miss Elisa Brown over as well on the manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter for being grossly negligent. And that she had not even aiding and abetting, but she had constructive possession over that weapon that was located in the weapon. That she controlled it or had a right to control that weapon. That she knew was there and that his children were in that weapon. The child abuse as it relates to the victim's third amendment is a no-brainer. The court will find over on count 2. Both defendants. Count 3 and 4, I'm having a little bit of issue with because although there were other children in the room, finding it a little hard to reach the conclusion that they were the subject of some kind of abuse because one of the children got a hold of the gun, fired that gun, and killed himself. So now all the children in the room have been abused by these defendants. I don't know about that. I guess talk about mental harm. To see my brother shoot himself with a gun that he shouldn't have been able to get access to begin with, I guess that would qualify. So the court will bind over on counts 3 and 4, child abuse, second degree as to both defendants. The felony possession of the firearm. I'm satisfied with the burden of probable cause as relates to Sterling Minion, as well as Lisa Brown in aiding and abetting theory, because she bought the weapon for him by her own admission. And the accompanying felony firearms will also be bound over. What finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, what finding probable cause to believe these defendants committed, will bind both defendants over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Their arraignment on the information date and time will be January 30th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me give you guys your exhibits back. Okay, let's get the folks that are here on Jackson Buenos situated so we're not disturbed. We have them come on in.
Sorry about that. Did you say you have those exhibits, Judge? May I go?
Yes.
Thank you.
They're right behind you right here.
Thank you. How are you? Thank you.
If it was me for my So, yeah, question.
Okay, yeah. You have a heavy load, so I was gonna wait for you.
Ms. Frank? Annalise Frank, are you there? Yeah. Yeah,
Have a good day, Judge.
thank you, yes, sir. Excuse me, Judge, you put a microphone next to you.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
This right here, so she can hear you.
I'm trying to call you in a minute.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, folks, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Let's have the 10 questions.
Get them time to set up. Okay.
You guys, let me know when you're ready, so I can go through all the movement and stuff. Because it's supervisor. Off.
Sorry.
Does anybody know a Diane Bukowski? Next up, Milton. And at least Frank. Okay. Never mind. Folks all situated? Okay, let's have it. Calling case 2360448, Technician versus Michael Manuel Jackson Bolanos. Finished charged in count 1, felony murder, count 2, home invasion, first degree, count 3, lying to a peace officer, 40-year or more crime investigations. Defendant has an official been reported the case number. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsie, appearing for People, McIntyre versus 8129.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brian Brown, P80560, appearing on behalf of Mr. Michael Jackson.
Tell us your name, sir. Michael Will Jackson. All right, today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will be?
11 witnesses, Your Honor.
Do you have any preliminary matters before we call witnesses?
I do not. Your Honor, at this time, people call Kevin Ball.
Can you spell that for my court reporter to save some time?
Yes, Your Honor. Kevin, common spelling. Mull is spelled M-U-L-L.
Sir, please step forward, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. There's a lot of microphones up there, but the one that counts the most is the one on the long stem to your left.
Okay.
In fact, you can put that in your lap and speak directly into that for us. Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Kevin Mull.
Thank you. And are you familiar with a street by the name of Joliet Place?
I am, yes.
And what is the basis of your familiarity with that particular street?
That is the street that I live on.
Okay, and is that street located in the city of Detroit, county of Warren?
It is, yes.
And what neighborhood is that street located in?
Lafayette Park.
And in the area of that particular street, can you describe, just in general terms, what if any sort of buildings or residences are in that area?
Yes, that particular area is the East Van Road townhomes, and it's a complex of 20-ish buildings in which I live in one.
Okay, and I want to take you back to the early morning hours of October 21st of 2023. Were you home on that particular morning?
I was, yes.
And did anything out of the ordinary happen on that particular morning?
Yes, I was walking my friend's dog that I was dog sitting, and in the course of doing so, I discovered a body laying nearby on the sidewalk in the neighborhood.
Okay, and the body that you located, can you describe what you saw?
Yes, as I was walking the dog, I saw an individual. I wasn't even sure that it was a body at first. As I got closer, I realized that it was a person. And as I approached to see if that person was in need of assistance, then I realized that that person was in a very bad situation and decided that I needed to go for help.
Okay, and when you say the person was in a very bad situation, could you describe just in general terms what you saw?
Yes, I approached and the individual was laying on the sidewalk with their back towards me in somewhat of a fetal position, so I could not see man or woman in specific detail. As I got closer, I noticed that the person was barefoot, which was obviously of concern considering the time of day and the temperature. And as I inspected the scene, I could see that the individual appeared to be deceased because of the bluish color of the exposed skin that I could see.
And what time of day approximately did you make these observations?
This was at approximately 6:20, 6:30 a.m.
Okay. And once you saw what you saw, did you do anything at that point?
Yes. In order to try to make certain, I saw an exposed area of skin and I touched it to see if the person would react. And I noticed the individual was very cold to touch. So I returned back to my home and asked my wife to call 911, and then we together returned back to the individual.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You stated that you were walking your dog, located a body, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How far away were you when you first saw this item?
I would say 40 to 50 yards.
40 to 50 yards. Okay. And were you walking that in that particular location anyway, or were you walking in that area to get a closer view of what you saw?
No, the way the buildings are configured, that building was facing directly across from my unit. So as I exited my property with the dog into the courtyard where we would normally walk the dog, a grassy area. That's when I saw the individual lying on the sidewalk directly across from my home.
Okay. And approximately how far away were you when you noticed that it was actually an individual?
Probably 20 yards, 20 yards.
And you said it was approximately 6:20, 6:30 in the AM?
It was, yes, it was still dark out.
It was still dark out? Okay. Was the area well lit where the body was?
Yes.
And you indicated that you touched an exposed area of skin. What area of her body did you touch?
Lower to middle back.
Lower to middle back. Do you remember how you were dressed that particular morning?
I don't remember exactly, but I believe I was wearing very casual sweatpants and a jacket.
You know, approximately the temperature on that.
I would say that it was probably in the 40s.
Did you happen to get any blood on your clothing or on your hands when you touched this? When you touched her?
I did not.
Would you say the blood was dry? Was it wet from your observation?
The blood that was on the individual's skin and clothing was dryish. It appeared, it was not clear to me immediately that it was blood.
Okay. Now, when you went home, did you check your clothes to verify whether or not you had any blood on your clothes, or you just assumed?
I assumed because I did not have that level of contact.
Okay. Did you manipulate the body or move the body in any fashion?
Not at all.
And you stated that you went for a help to your wife?
Yes, I returned across the courtyard to my home, returned the dog inside, called out for my wife to call 911, and she came down and we went back over together.
Okay. Would it be a fair assumption that you didn't have your phone on you at that time?
At that time, I did not.
And you were, when your wife was on the phone with 911, it was asked of you to possibly perform some type of CPR on the individual, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you refused to do so, right?
Yes, because of the nature of the scene and because of my experience that the individual was already deceased.
And did you check for a pulse?
I did not in the, in the neck where you normally would, but because of the touch of the skin, I assumed that the person had been there for a while.
And how long did you assume that person had been there when you made that assumption?
Objection, most respectfully.
He said he assumed, the answer to that question is wrong,
Sustain.
Thank you, no further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, you're right.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
At this time, people call Sergeant Darren Chow. For the record, that is spelled Darren DARON, last name CHOU.
Sir, please step forward, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. This box next to me. That microphone is to your left on the long stick there. You can place that in the left and talk directly into that voice. Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Sergeant Darren Zell.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a sergeant with the Detroit Police Department.
And what is your role with the Detroit Police?
Supervisor for the Northeast Unit Homicide Team.
Okay, I want to take you back to October 21st, 2023. On that particular morning, did you have the opportunity to go to the address of 1366 Joliet, City of Detroit?
I did.
And what brought you to that particular location?
I was notified that there was a scene at that location and for a response from my team.
Okay, and when you went to the location, what, just in general terms, did you see as you arrived?
Upon arriving to the location, I see a victim laying on the ground in a fetal position and a lot of blood in the area outside of the location.
Okay, when you say outside of the location, can you, is there a particular building that was near where the victim was situated?
Yes, the victim was situated outside of 1368 Joliet Place. Pretty much right outside the door to the entrance of the location.
Okay, and can you describe what that building is like in general?
It's a two-story condominium building. Each unit are pretty much attached to each residence.
Okay, and approximately how many units are in that particular building?
If I were to guess, probably 7 or 8.
Okay, so multiple units.
Yeah, multiple, yes.
Okay. And when you observed the victim's body outside of the 1368 location, did you observe anything else that caught your attention at that point?
Yes, there was a blood trail from the victim leading to the address of 1366 Joliet Place.
Okay, and is that in the same building or a different building?
It's in the same building.
Okay, and at some point, did you enter the 1366 unit in that?
I did.
And what was the door like when you made entry? Did you have to force your way in?
No, I didn't have to force my way in. Door was already open.
Okay, and when you went inside, what did you see?
Upon walking inside, I observed a lot of blood in the inside of the residence.
Okay, I'm holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibits 1 through 9. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I have a set of copies for the court.
Thank you.
Sergeant, what are people's exhibits or proposed exhibits 1 through 9, just as a general?
Okay, exhibit 1.
Just, I guess, in terms of the full set of exhibits, what are these exhibits?
These are the location of the scene of the crime.
Okay, are these photos of the crime scene that you observed in connection with the scene that you described today?
Yes.
And in terms of each of those photos, 1 through 9, do those photos all fairly and accurately reflect what you personally observed at that location on October 21st?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with that, I move to admit proposed exhibits 1 through 9.
Any objections?
The only objection I would have is whether or not he can, I guess, testify to when these pictures were taken.
Yeah, I can testify as to when they were taken. This is a fair and accurate representation as to what the scene looked like in the Yahoo. Admitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And if you could just walk through for the court, in terms of exhibit 1, what does exhibit 1 show?
Exhibit 1 shows apartment 1368 where the body of the victim was found.
Okay, does that reflect the location where you observed the body when you first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Okay, how about exhibit 2? What does that show?
Exhibit 2 shows the unit 1366 Joliet Place where that blood trail from the victim leading up to that unit.
Okay, now if you're looking at the building, is the unit where the body was found relative to the 1366, you're standing in front of them, where are they relative?
So if you're standing in front of 1366 Joliet Place, the body is still left of this residence.
Okay, these units are, is it fair to say they're all in the same row, essentially?
Yes.
How about exhibit 3? What does that show?
Exhibit 3 shows the door entry to the location, front entry doorway.
Okay, and did anything strike you, I guess, as you went into the door? Did you observe anything that caught your attention?
Yes, there's a lot of blood in the doorway leading up to the interior of the residence.
Okay, and exhibit 4, does that just show a sort of a close-up of some of that blood in that particular area when you
Yes.
first come into the residence?
Yes, a lot of blood next to the hallway leading into the living room of this location.
Okay, how about exhibit 5? What does that show?
Exhibit 5 is kind of like the dining area. Once you make entry to the location, it's to the left.
Is it immediate to the left, or is it is there some distance you have to walk to get to?
Immediate to the left.
Okay. And was there anything, I guess, that caught your attention in the dining room?
Yes, that basket that's on top of the dining room table, it's been disturbed, and there's some fruits that's laying on the floor.
Okay. And how about exhibit 6? What does that show?
Exhibit 6 shows the living room of this location, where there's more blood from the scene.
Okay. And other than the blood concentrated in the area when you first go into the residence and the blood in the living room, is there any other location in the residence where you observed any blood?
Besides the interior, walking in the location, the hallway to that living room, that's pretty much where the blood stains were concentrated.
Okay, and exhibit 7, what does that show us?
Exhibit 7 is overlooking the couch area where there are some fruits that seems to be disturbed laying on the ground, more blood, flip-flops, and a blanket and pillow that's also soiled in blood.
Okay, how about exhibit 8? What does that show?
Exhibit 8 shows a cell phone that overlooked on the couch, flip-flops, and some fruits laying on the ground as well.
Okay, now with regard to that particular cell phone, did you do anything with that cell phone?
Yes.
What did you do?
That cell phone was recovered and placed on evidence.
Okay, do you recall whether there was a particular evidence tag associated with the phone?
Yes.
And what was that tag number?
I can't recall the tag number, but
would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at your report?
yes.
Did you draft a did you draft something called a team report in connection with this case?
Yes.
When evidence is collected and assigned an evidence tag, is there something in the is there a way to, I guess, account for that in a particular system with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
And is there a report that can be generated to show a list of items that are on evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and if you had a chance to take a look at that particular list, would that refresh your recollections of the evidence tag associated with the phone?
Yes.
I could just have a second. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Might be easier to start with approach my computer.
Okay.
Okay, Sergeant, if you could retake the stand. And I'll ask, having taken a look at the evidence tracker, has your recollection been refreshed as to which evidence tag was associated with the phone that you recovered from 1366 Juliet?
Yes,
And what is that evidence tag?
evidence tag number 43.
Okay, and if you could take a look at Exhibit 9 for me, the last of the photos, can you tell the court what Exhibit 9 shows us?
Yes, Exhibit 9 is a Michigan driver license belonging to Samantha Heather Wall.
Okay, and where did you find that particular license?
This was inside the residence.
Okay, and when you observed that license, did you make any connection between that and the body that you observed outside?
Yes.
And what was that connection?
That the individual outside is Samantha Heather Wall.
Okay. Thank you. And Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 10, which is a medical examiner report, and I ask for that to be admitted under NCL 766.
Any objections? Admitted?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish in brief part?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 10 indicates that a Dr. Nicole Courtroom, that's Nicole, Courtroom spelled CROOM, performed a postmortem examination of the body of Samantha Will on October 21st, 2023. The report describes, we are described as 8 sharp force wounds, 3 to the head and 5 to the neck and back. Sharp force wound number 1 is described as an incised wound to the chin. Sharp force wound number 2 is described as a penetrating stab wound to the anterior neck. Sharp force wounds numbers 3 through 5 are described as sharp force wounds to the left neck. Sharp force wound number 6 is described as an incised wound to the head. And sharp force wound number 7 is described as a sharp force wound to the head. Number 8 is described as an incised wound to the left back / posterior neck. The wound numbers are arbitrarily numbered and not necessarily indicative of the time of the sequence of the and the report concludes that the death was caused by multiple sharp force injuries in a manner that was homicide. I have no questions for service.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, you indicated on direct that you were familiar with the scene and were able to identify certain photographs from the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also stated that the pictures that you were shown was the only areas in this apartment where blood was located, correct? As far as the living room and that hallway leading out to the door of the blood trail, correct?
The photo shows a lot of blood inside the interior, yes.
Okay. And as far as your memory, the photographs that were shown of you were the only areas where blood was located inside of this apartment, right?
There was a lot of blood in this apartment. I can't absolutely answer your question on where specific blood droplets are in specific areas in this interior.
But you did testify during direct that your words pretty much, this is where the areas where the blood was located, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
As a point of clarification, sir, are you a living inspector?
No.
Is it your job to look for where blood may be throughout the residence?
No.
Just check.
Did you notice any blood on the steps going downstairs?
Yes.
And it was a trail of blood going downstairs. That'd be a fair statement, correct? Going to the basement, correct?
There are droplets of blood also on the stairwell as well.
Okay, and that's leading to the basement, correct?
Yes.
And that was not illustrated in the pictures and exhibits you have, correct?
I can look over the pictures again and make sure, but.
Yes, please.
Exhibit 9 shows blood also on that stairwell that you're referring to, leading downstairs to the basement.
Exhibit 9?
Sorry, let me clarify the number. Exhibit number 4, I apologize, correction there.
It would be fair that exhibit 4 shows blood at the top of the steps, correct? At the very top of the step, the first step, if you will, correct?
Yes, there's blood on top of the steps as well.
Okay. And it would be a fair statement that there was blood droplets at the very bottom of the steps, correct?
There's blood all over that hallway leading downstairs to the steps, yes.
Leading to the basement, correct?
I don't recall any blood in the basement, but there were blood on that stairwell.
Okay, and you said you're familiar with the pictures that were taken at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if I were to show you some pictures, you would be able to identify if it came from the scene, correct?
Yes.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
And just for clarification, Sergeant, you're answering yes to as there was blood drops on the steps leading to the basement as much as even the bottom step, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you can go to exhibit number 4. In the blood stain at exhibit number 4, you would agree that there's a high concentration of blood. Matter of fact, the highest concentration of blood seems to be in this particular area, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it suggest to you that possibly the body was laying at this particular area for a period of time? But you would agree that there's a high concentration of blood, right?
There's a lot of blood in that area. Yes.
Okay. At this same exhibit, where the puddle of blood is, in the bottom right corner, there's somewhat of an outline. Does that appear to be a footprint in the blood to you?
I'm not sure which area you're referring to.
It's in the bottom corner, it's the bottom square, as far as the tile. The right bottom tile is halfway between that tile and the tile to the left. So it's sharing both tiles.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that appears to be a footprint, correct?
It's hard to say, but yes, I can make out a
Okay.
footprint from there.
And you would agree that the footprint is leading towards the back of the house away from the front door, correct?
Yes.
And may I, Your Honor, may I approach, may I show you another picture from the scene that you may be able to identify?
Sure.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sergeant, after seeing this picture, you would agree that that appears to be a footprint, another footprint, correct?
That resembles a footprint in that photo, yes.
And it's at another area that seems to be leading to the back of the house, away from the front door, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Judge, but just clarity of the record, in terms of the two photos that Mr. Brown referred to, I guess we just refer to those as defense A and B. Assuming you.
Yes, I tend to go to. And you're right, I apologize. If I could just speak to People's Exhibit, I believe it was 10, the medical examiner's report.
You want to speak to it?
Yeah, I just want to read a couple of things into the record that I believe it's pretty important for the purposes of the preliminary examination.
Go ahead.
The medical examiner indicated that there were other injuries, head and neck. There were contusions on the left medial forehead, 1 and 1.25 inches, and left lateral orbit, 2.25 inches and 0.4 inches in diameter. Extremities. There were contusions on the medial right elbow, 0.5 inches in diameter. The left dorsolateral wrist, 1.5 times 0.5 inches. Proximal anterolateral right thigh, 0.4 inches in diameter. Proximal anterior left thigh, 1.75 times 3/4 of an inch. Proximal anterolateral left thigh, 0.3 inches in diameter. Left leg, 1.5 times 1.5 inches, posterior right leg. There were clusters of contusions on bilateral knees, proximal anterior legs, and the medial left hallux. There were abrasions on the left elbow with associated contusions, 1.25 times 3/4 region. Right knee, discontinuously vaguely warmer, and left knee.
Sir, I have just a couple of questions for you. You already indicated that you are not an evidence technician, is that right?
That's correct, Judge.
Do you have any experience or training in fingerprint or footprint analysis?
No.
So how certain are you that what's been in people's rules at exhibit A and B are footprints?
Say I'm fairly certain it resembles a footprint.
Any questions based on that question?
Just briefly, Your Honor, Sergeant, in terms of the footprints that you observed, did you see any that appear to have been made from shoes, or were these bare footprints from your basic observation?
The one that was shown to me by defense.
That, and I guess in general, anything that you observed and see as it relates.
So the footprints that I was shown today looked like they were bare footprints.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any footprints that appeared to be from a shoe?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may speak.
Thank you, Judge.
Next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Trooper Alex Martinez. For the record, Alex, common spelling ALEX, and Martinez also.
Good afternoon, sir. Please step forward.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Witness box next to me. Speaking to that long microphone that's to your left, thank you. Take place standing in the back, please. Maybe Darren, you're
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name?
Yes, Alexander Martinez.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Michigan State Police.
And what's your current role with the Michigan State Police?
I'm a detective trooper assigned to the homicide task force.
And what is the homicide task force?
The, excuse me, the homicide task force is a team comprised of members of the Detroit Police Department, the Michigan State Police, and the AT.
Okay, and in terms of your role with the homicide task force, have you been involved with the investigation into the deaths?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your involvement with that investigation, did you have an opportunity to draft any search warrants requesting documents from a company by the name of ADT?
Yes, I did.
And what was your purpose for drafting search warrants to ADT?
The purpose was to collect information and data from the home security system that's connectable at her residence.
Okay. And how many search warrants did you submit to ADT?
I submitted 2 different warrants to ADT for records.
Okay, and why 2 as opposed to?
Well, we submitted a ADT warrant to obtain the records for the night of the homicide for that investigation purpose. Then we submitted a subsequent search warrant to ADT to obtain records from a testing that we conducted at the residence with the security system.
Okay, and in terms of both of those search warrants that were submitted, did you obtain records back from ADT?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At some point during the investigation, was a particular suspect developed?
Yes.
And how, just in general terms, was that individual developed as a suspect?
It was developed through CCTV footage from the Chrysler Elementary School on Lafayette, just east of Brevard, as well as the correlation of cell phone records that were developed throughout the investigation.
Okay, and as a result of that suspect being developed, were you part of any efforts to take that suspect into custody?
Yes, I was.
And when was that suspect first taken into custody?
That would be November 30th.
Okay, and what was your role in connection with taking that suspect into custody?
I was assisting in a mobile surveillance operation of the suspect for this investigation. We started our surveillance in the area of Utica, 13 Mile Road at Roseville. We conducted mobile surveillance.
Can you testify to what he personally observed, what he personally did?
Yes, this is what I observed and did. Okay. I was in my unmarked police vehicle participating in this surveillance operation in the area of 13 in Utica. We followed the suspect south on Utica near Castle.
And was the suspect driving a particular vehicle?
Yes, he's driving his 2007 Dodge Charger, which is registered in his name.
Okay, and at some point, was that particular suspect stopped and taken into custody?
Yes.
And did you observe that yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you happen to see that particular suspect was taken into custody on November 30th?
Yes.
And for the record, could you point to that suspect and describe what that individual is wearing?
Yes, to my right, wearing a green shirt with a white undershirt underneath and a blue pants.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witness is identified. So noted. And on that particular day, on November 30th, in connection with the arrest of the defendant, did you do anything else relevant when it comes to your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do after the defendant was taken into custody?
I authored a search warrant for his vehicle, and we obtained a signed search warrant to search the vehicle, and I seized an Apple iPhone in a red case.
Okay, and where did you seize that the Apple iPhone in the red case? Where did you seize that from?
From that 2007 Dodge Charger.
Okay, do you recall where it was situated in the vehicle?
Yes, it was on the driver's seat.
Okay, and when you seized that phone, what did you do with it?
I transported that to the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters based on evidence, and it was evidence item 155.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Trooper.
Good afternoon.
A couple of brief questions. Now, you stated that you was part of the surveillance, and you seized the phone from my client, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that particular time, you didn't have a warrant to seize that phone, correct?
I seized the phone after obtaining the warrant.
Okay. You specified that he left the phone on the driver's seat, correct?
It was left there, and I didn't touch it until I had a warrant.
Is it true that you ordered my client to leave that phone on the seat?
I never spoke with your client at the traffic stop. No.
So it wasn't you who put him to arrest, right? Your arrest, right?
I'm sorry?
It wasn't you who put him under arrest, right?
I did not place him under arrest, no.
Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, you're right.
Thank you, sir. You may step.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, this time you can call Sarah Markle. And for the record, her name is spelled S-A-R-A, Markle, M-A-R-K-E-L.
Ms. Markle, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Spots next to me. Use the tall microphone to your left. You can actually place that in your lap and speak directly into that. Maybe begin with great.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Sarah Markle.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Detroit Police Department assigned to our homicide unit. My job at the homicide unit is to do phone extractions.
And just for the record, briefly, can you explain what a phone extraction is?
Yeah, phone extraction is when I have the actual device, the cell phone at my desk, I use software to make a copy of the contents within the phone.
Okay, and as it relates to the investigation into the deposition of Wall, did you perform some phone extractions?
I did.
And was one of those phones a iPhone that was placed on evidence tank 3?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 11, 12, and 13. Your Honor, may I approach?
Amen.
Starting with proposed exhibit 11, what is proposed exhibit 11?
11 is the first 2 pages of the extraction report from an iPhone SE.
Okay, and is there any way from that particular exhibit that identifies the user of that particular iPhone by like account name, for instance?
There is an Apple ID account associated with the phone,
And what is that Apple ID?
sam.wall@gmail.com.
Okay, now, in terms of this particular report, Exhibit 11, how, can you explain just briefly for the record, how is that report, how does that report come into existence?
The Cellbrite report?
Yes.
So when I do the extraction, it makes that copy of the whole phone, all of the contents within the phone. From there, I provide a copy to the officer in charge and put a copy in evidence. These pages here are portions of that report of the whole phone extraction because they are very large in size. Because we just have a lot on our phones. So it would be impractical to try to print an entire phone extraction. So these are just portions of.
Okay, and if you were to go back into the full extraction from this particular phone and attempt to generate a report today of just the phone's basic device information, would that have substantially similar appearance to that document holding this mark as people's proposed?
Yes, I could recreate these first two pages from the copy that I have on evidence. I could make these two copies, print them off again if I needed to.
Okay, Your Honor, with that, I need to admit people's proposed.
Any objection? Admitted?
Okay, and how about proposed exhibit 12? What is proposed exhibit 12?
Proposed exhibit 12 is 8 pages in length from a section called the timeline in the overall extraction report.
Okay, and if you were to go back in the overall extraction report, and try to generate a timeline from the device limited to the period of time from 1 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. on October 21st, 2023, would that report be substantially similar to that document that's holding now that's been marked as proposed exhibit 12?
It would.
Okay, Your Honor, with that, I move to admit proposed exhibit 12.
Any objection? Admitted?
And in terms of the timeline, what kind of information can we glean, if anything, from a device's timeline in general using the cell phone?
So the timeline takes the information from the phone and puts it into chronological order. It's just one of the features of the Cellbrite report. There are different sections where you could look at, say, the calls or the text messages or different areas individually, or in the timeline section, it puts all of those categories together and allows you to look through in chronological order through specific time frames if that's where your investigation leads you to.
Okay, now when it comes to communications reflected in the timeline, are you able to tell whether the communication is outgoing communication versus ingoing communication?
Yes, direction is given.
Okay, and in that particular exhibit, exhibit 12, does that reflect both outgoing and incoming communications?
So on these pages, there's one outgoing.
Okay, and what is the time reflected for that one outgoing communication?
The time is October 21st, 2023 at 1:02 a.m.
Okay, and after that point, I guess based on the report that you have in your hand, are there any outgoing communications after that?
No.
Okay. Taking a look at proposed exhibit 13, are you familiar with the ability to generate a report about a device's activity?
Yes.
And what sort of information in general can we obtain from a device activity report using cell?
So activity would be whatever activity is in the device itself.
Okay, does that include things like turning the phone on, turning the phone off?
That would be an event,
I'm sorry,
device event.
I meant to say device event, okay. What sort of information in general can we, I guess, get from the device event?
Device events will include if the phone display is on, an unlock of the phone, powering events if the phone powered off, powered on, connections, different things with the actual device.
Okay, and in terms of proposed exhibit 13, the document that you're holding, if you were to go back into Celebrate in terms of the full extraction today and pull a device event report limited at the time of 12 a.m. through 8 a.m. on October 21st, 2023, would that report be in substantially the same condition as that proposed exhibit?
It would.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 13.
No, okay.
Admitted. Okay. And Detective Markle, I want to draw your attention to the time frame between 1:29 a.m. and 1:35 a.m. Is there any activity reflected in the activity in the event reports during that particular time frame?
Yes, the device was unlocked.
Okay, and when was the device unlocked?
1:29 a.m.
And when was the device locked again?
About 6 minutes later, 1:35.
Okay, and after that 1:35 point, do you see any indication that the device was unlocked again?
No.
Okay, now in your training and experience, in terms of analyzing phone extractions, is it consistent with there being human input needed to unlock an Apple iPhone?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, a passcode is our security on our phones. So phones don't just arbitrarily unlock themselves. Somebody has to know the passcode or be able to input the correct information to unlock the phone.
Okay, and this particular phone that you did the extraction for, was it passcode protected?
It was.
Okay, and absent the passcode, would there be any other way to unlock that particular type of iPhone?
On this particular phone, I don't know if any biometrics were set up, but this phone would also allow for a fingerprint unlock, but I'm not sure if that was something that had been established on the phone. Okay. It did have a 6-digit passcode or PIN code.
After the 1:35 a.m. Point in time on October 21st, 2023, do you see any evidence in that report consistent with there being human input into the device?
No.
As part of your role in this investigation, did you also have an opportunity to extract a device that was a iPhone XR placed on evidence tag 155?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 14. May I approach, Your Honor? Is People's Proposed Exhibit 14, again, just a preliminary report, the first couple pages, if you will, of the full report associated with that particular phone?
It is.
Okay, and again, if you were to go back into the full report today and try to generate just the first couple of pages, would it be substantially similar to that document that you're holding that's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 14?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 14.
Can't hear you.
Okay, no objection.
Okay, and is there any kind of username or account information reflected for this phone in Exhibit 14?
Yes, there's an Apple ID.
Okay, and what is the Apple ID?
Mick Jack, it's MICJACK5 @iCloud.com.
Okay, and does this report also tell us what phone number was associated with the phone that you extracted that generated this report?
Yes.
And what was that phone?
248-906-5529.
Thank you, nothing further.
Cross-exam.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Yes.
Now, can I focus your attention on exhibit 12?
Yes.
Specifically, item 81, where it says activity centered data.
Yes.
Now, what does that mean to you when you see that particular?
So the activity sensors would be activity that, so if our phone is moving, if we're counting steps, the activity sensor could also log if we're wearing some type of wearable technology, like I wear a watch.
Okay.
So it would be something that's either the phone is collecting the activity or it is synced to a device that is collecting activity.
Okay. And your analysis of this phone, were you under any type of knowledge that there was a wearable device that was synced to this particular device?
I asked about any wearable devices. I was told there were none.
Okay. And you would agree that this activity sensor data is at 4 a.m. on October 21st, correct?
Yes.
So from your knowledge, that would indicate that there was some movement of the phone at approximately 4 a.m., correct?
No.
You said, let me back up. So I'm clear. You said activity sensor data would indicate that there was possibly counting steps or some type of activity, correct?
So the activity sensor is constantly collecting that. Now in this line, there is no activity detected, but our phones will continue to collect if we have that feature turned on. It will continue to collect that activity. The number would just be reported as 0.
I can divert your attention to exhibit number 13. Where you indicated on that there was a locking or unlocking of the phone, I'm sorry, at approximately 1:27 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I may ask you, do you know what type of passcode was on this particular device that would have unlocked it? Was it a face? Was it a passcode?
So there was a 6-digit passcode. On this particular type of phone, the iPhone SE, there is not the capability for facial recognition, so it can't have facial recognition. It can have a fingerprint, but I'm not sure if a fingerprint was set up on the phone.
Okay. And would you be able to come to that conclusion by analyzing the phone, whether or not a fingerprint had been set up?
I would have to go back into the device to check and see if there was anything set up. I could possibly find that information, but I don't know.
Okay, so that's something that you haven't tried to do already when you did your first analysis, correct?
No.
Now, looking at exhibit 13, what line is it that illustrates that there was a locking of the phone subsequent of there being an unlocking of the phone?
So on the same line,
And just for the record, could you indicate which number you're looking at?
okay, so I'm looking at line number 37. You see the start time and the end time. So it was unlocked and then that end time unlocked.
Okay. So there would it be a fair, I guess, assumption that there is not a separate line that would indicate that the phone in fact locked?
Correct, and where it says end time,
Okay,
same line,
okay, just to be clear,
right.
how
Correct.
there's a separate line in box there states that this phone was unlocked. My question is there a separate line in number that would indicate in fact the phone was locked?
No.
Now, do you know if this phone would have, looking at number line 40 where it says Wi-Fi stay connected? It states that this phone was connected at approximately 1:38 on October the 21st. Do you know if this particular phone would automatically connect to a Wi-Fi, or you would have to actually manually push a button in order for it to connect?
I can tell you what typically would happen, but I can't tell you,
You can tell us what happened in this particular case.
right.
Okay. Could you tell us which Wi-Fi this phone connected to at that time?
Not from this information, just that there was a connection.
So is that typically information that is not able to be obtained on which Wi-Fi a phone connected to?
Well, no, you could look in the Wi-Fi connection section in the extraction. It's just not in this particular printout where this is device events.
Okay. And did you do that analysis on Wi-Fi connections on the phone?
I looked at a lot in this phone. I know that Wi-Fi connections were something that were looked at. I couldn't tell you the exact information at this point.
But it would be fair that it seemed that this phone connected to the Wi-Fi after what you indicate the phone being locked, correct?
Correct.
Now, what does display on, off, or display on mean?
That's just the, when your phone lights up. So it could be a notification. When I get notifications, my screen lights up. That's the display lighting up or turning on or display on.
Okay, so let's go to item 44 at 4:17 approximately on October 21st. It says display on. Are you able to tell us why in fact the display came on at that particular time?
No.
Are you able to tell us why it came on line 43 at 3:48 a.m.?
No.
So in other words, out of all of these, and it's several, you would agree that after 1:38, there's approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 displays on from the time of 1:38 until approximately 4:41 in the AM, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not able to tell us why this phone display actually came on at those times, correct?
Correct, not in the device events.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not if somebody manually tried to cut the phone on or not, correct? Or tried to access the phone. And that would make the phone come on, correct?
Well, that would be, yes, that could, if I'm understanding you correctly, like if somebody were to try to tap on the phone to unlock it,
yes,
that would make the display come on.
Is there a way that one could find out why, in fact, the displays came on in this time frame?
That would be something possibly in notifications or other activity on the phone.
Okay.
There are many sections on the phone. This is limited to 6 pages in the device events stuff.
Okay. Were you able to analyze that particular data and cross-reference it with these times to determine why display came on at the time?
I know that there were notifications at various points. I can't pinpoint the exact time. I wouldn't be able to give you that type of a detailed answer right now with what I have in front of me.
And just one last question, going back to Exhibit 12, under 83 where it states locations, would it be fair to say that that's just the phone or the, I guess, back of a better term, the server trying to check and verify the location of the phone?
You said line 83?
Line 83 of Exhibit 12.
So 83 is the location of the phone. So that is the latitude, longitude. You see that in the farthest column there. It's a native location, so that's going to be where the device was recorded as being at that time.
Okay, and if you look at the 83, the longitude and latitude location info, and compare it to, and that's at 4:03 a.m. If you compare that to the longitude, latitude of item number 80, you would agree that there's a slight difference in the location, longitude, latitude, correct? 80 and 83.
Well, with any longitude, latitude, there will be a very slight difference, yes.
So you would agree to that, okay?
I'm 80 and 83. A very, very minute, we're talking about the
Okay.
6 decimal point over.
Okay, so you would agree there's a difference, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would also agree that there is this difference between line 79 and line 80. Line 79 being at 352 compared to line 80 at 358. You would also agree that's different, correct?
Very small difference. That's the 5th decimal point over.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not the phone was actually physically moved, even maybe a foot or two during this time frame, correct?
I suppose you could be correct on that.
And you would also agree that line 74, line 75, line 76 all have a different variable as far as their longitude and latitude, correct?
Do you want me to review them?
Yes, please.
Here?
Yes, please.
70.
74, 75, and 76.
Same thing, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how often these location, I guess, notifications or checks would come to the phone?
That depends on the way the phone is set up by the user.
Okay. Is it possible from your understanding that if the phone is physically moved, then it would send a different, I guess, location device, which would be then able to be viewed on this analysis?
If the phone.
If the phone is physically moved, like if I have my phone on me right now,
Right.
My phone is here, and then I move my phone over here, then it would send a location change to the server, which would then just pick a different longitude, latitude.
So the server is a global positioning satellite.
Okay.
It's not a server.
I apologize.
And you're talking about feet, so there could be a 10,000th of a degree difference, sure, or it could be the same. I mean, we're talking about inches or feet.
Fair enough. Do you know whether or not this particular phone had the location sharing on?
I don't know if there was location sharing on.
Okay. And you would agree that on phones that have the location turned on, the location information that is shared from that phone is more accurate than a phone that has the location turned off, correct?
So you're talking about two different things. You're talking about location sharing or location being turned on, because those are two quite different things.
Okay.
Location sharing is if I am sharing my location with a friend or a family member through a Find My Phone app or similar type app where they can look at me. A location turned on is the phone, I'm allowing my phone to collect my location data, two very different things.
Okay, but you would agree if you allow your phone to collect location, you are sharing that location with possible third-party entities, correct? You would agree to that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be it wouldn't be an incorrect statement for somebody to say if your phone's location is on, it is actually sharing. That'd be a fair statement, right? Maybe it's not the most technical way of looking at it, but it would be an incorrect statement, correct?
Location collecting would be the better word. If you are location turned on and you have allowed it, that would be a location collection. Sharing is different.
Thank you. But you would agree then, if an individual turned on their location collecting, then the location information that is transmitted from the phone would be more accurate than an individual who had their location turned off. You would agree to that, right?
You would have to, if you have location on versus off.
So you would agree to that, yes? That's all I'm asking you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated you don't know whether or not the location on this particular device was turned on or off, correct?
Well, the locations were turned on. That's how we're collecting location activity. If they were off, we wouldn't be able to collect locations.
Oh, so they were turned on,
So
okay.
in order to collect locations, the phone has to be allowing locations to be collected.
Okay. And since the location is turned on, would it be a fair statement that movement of the phone would trigger new data that would then have to be transmitted?
I don't know who we're transmitting anything to, but the movement of the phone would be the similar as the activity that we talked about. Your phone is constantly collecting this, whether you're moving or not. It's going to indicate either no activity or no movement or some type of movement, but it's constantly collecting data.
Okay. So if your phone location is turned on, isn't it true that it's transmitting information to the GPS satellites and back to know where this phone is in location, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my question is, if that location is turned on and the phone is moved, it would transmit new data that would then have to be transmitted to the GPS satellites and back to the phone to triangulate, or for lack of a better term, to know exactly where this phone is located.
Now, if we're talking about the 10,000th of a decimal difference in latitude, longitude, no, not necessarily.
You said not necessarily, but you don't know whether or not the phone actually moved, correct? That would trigger the change of longitude, latitude. That's correct.
Sure.
And if a phone is moved, say 10 or 15 feet or 5 feet, you can't say to what decimal point the longitude or latitude would change. You can't say that, can you?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just briefly here. Secretary Markle, when it comes to the first phone you're discussing, it's tag 43.
Yeah.
Is there anything necessarily consistent with human input in the phone that you see in data after 1:35 p.m. on October 1st?
No, so the last sign of actual user interaction or user input was the last text message at 1:02 a.m. and the unlocked at unlocked, I think it was at 1:29 a.m.
And so in your experience, in terms of the other data you see after that 1:29 a.m. Timeframe, is there anything that's necessarily consistent with active human input in the phone?
No, our phones are always working. They're always on. They're always collecting information. So the last user interaction or user input was that device unlocked. But your phone is still collecting data, it's still functioning, it's still working afterwards, as long as you have it powered up.
Okay, thank you. Nothing.
Just briefly, now you indicated from your opinion that the last interaction with the phone was approximately around 1:35. But you would admit that you can't say definitively that the times after that particular time when the display was on was not because there was interaction with the phone, correct?
The phone was not accessed, the data in the phone was not accessed. That's what I consider user interaction.
That's not my question. My question is whether or not you can definitively say, you cannot definitively say that after that 1:35 time that the phone wasn't attempted to be accessed, not unlocked, but accessed.
True.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Madam Clerk Reporter, do you need to call for a break? Call someone to relieve you? Okay, we'll take 5. What is in recess for 5 minutes? How are we doing on witnesses? How many left?
Your Honor, we are just confirmation. The next witness is very brief. I see some questions in the FBI list. There's several witnesses who I think would be right for stipulation. The defense is really because a lot of the remaining evidence video extraction. So putting in a lot of videos that underlie a confirmation video. So unfortunately, it is going to be a little time consuming. I have 2 witnesses that will testify to extensive video extraction.
See what you guys can work out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry? Yeah.
It's that one right behind the remote. Right behind the remote.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Yes, you.
Officer, our 5 minutes are up. Can you have the parties come back in? Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Jackson Bolanos. If you're ready to call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Sergeant Jameer McIntyre. The record his name is spelled Jameire, spelled Ncentire.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Feel free to take that microphone to the next place that you like.
Yes, sir.
Please be on the record.
Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Jameer McIntyre.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a policeman for the city of Detroit.
And what is your current role?
My current role is the squad leader for the homicide task force.
And in connection with your role with the homicide task force, did you participate in the investigation into the deaths?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your role in the investigation, did you at some point go to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And what was your purpose of going to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's office?
My purpose was to collect some evidence from Ms. Wall, which would have been her clothing, fingernail clippings, and her blood.
Okay, and when you say morgue blood, what do you mean by morgue blood?
That's just a sample of the decedent that the examiners at the morgue take with a syringe and they place it in a vial of blood, which is then transferred to the police department for later evidentiary use.
Okay, and with regard to the blood sample that you collected, what, I guess, led you to believe it was blood associated with cement?
Well, that's one of the requests that we make to the staff. Okay. And it's assigned to the person's medical examiner number that they're given.
Okay, and was there a specific medical examiner number associated with the sample of blood that you collected as it relates to this case?
Yes, if memory serves, Ms. Wall's ME number was 2312996.
Okay, and when you collected that blood sample, what did you do?
It was transported back to police headquarters and placed on evidence.
Okay, and when it was placed on evidence, was there a specific evidence number associated with that blood sample?
I believe I placed it on evidence as item number 48.
Okay, thank you, sir. No further questions.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may start.
Thank you.
At this time, the people call Trooper Elizabeth Stockmeyer.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Did the court reporter get her name? Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Speaking to that microphone is to stick on your left. Thank you. Place that in your speak that up. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. And would you please state your name for the record?
Elizabeth Stockmeyer.
And what do you do?
I work for the Michigan State Police.
And what is your current role in Michigan State Police?
I'm a detective trooper on the homicide task force.
And do you have any specific role as it relates to the investigation into the deaths?
Yes, I'm the officer in charge of the investigation.
And what is, just for the record, being the officer in charge encompass in terms of your role and duties regarding this investigation?
Overseeing the investigation and presenting the case to the prosecutor's office.
Okay. You heard Trooper Martinez testify about obtaining certain records from ADT, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity during the course of your role in the investigation to go to the victim's residence at 1366 Juliet?
Yes.
And was that residence equipped with any type of home security system?
Yes, an ADT system.
Okay. And can you describe just briefly how that system was configured in your residence?
It was a security system with several sensors around the home.
Okay, and where were those sensors located?
There was one by our front door, one for the living room, and one for the back door, and also the basement door.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'm holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibits 15 and 16. These are copied of certified business records obtained from ADT to search warrant returns were described by Trooper Martinez. I'm asking for these documents to be admitted under Michigan Rule Evidence 902, subsection 11, as certified records of regular documents.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
May I approach the witness first, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you people's proposed exhibits 15 and 16. And starting with people's exhibit 16, could you just describe, in general, what that is?
This is the return for the search warrant that we authored for Samantha Wall's residence.
Okay, and what sort of information, as a general matter, is contained in that search warrant?
It contains the information collected from all the sensors within her ADT system from the dates, looks like November 8th through the 10th.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I have permission to share my screen? Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just a brief objection. I'm not sure if this trooper established that has any personal knowledge of this particular ADT, whether or not she executed the search warrant, served the search warrant, or the return of this particular information was directed towards her, and she's had an opportunity to review this information to authenticate its accuracy.
Your Honor, the records have already been admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902 subsection 1.
She testified what she did, those records?
To some extent, yes. To start, I'm basically just going to ask for questions about certain line items in the record, basically to just, for the record.
That foundation that she have that knowledge.
Okay. Trooper Stockmeyer, did these records that have been admitted as people's proposed exhibit 15 and 16, are you familiar with these records?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and analyzed these records during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And again, what sort of basic information do these records reflect as a general matter?
It reflects the testing which my team conducted.
Start with exhibit 15. Is there a time frame associated with the records of exhibit 15?
Yes, this would have included the time and date of the contract.
Okay, that would be October 21st, 2023.
Correct.
And when it comes to that date, do the records in exhibit 15 give us information about certain activities associated with the ADT security system?
Yes.
And by way of example, does that include, for instance, whether the door was closed, the front door?
Correct.
Does that include whether motion was detected in the living room?
Yes.
And for events such as those, are there times associated with those events in the records?
Yes.
And did your team and you personally do anything to pressure test the accuracy of the time reflected in the records that have been admitted as People's Exhibit 15?
Yes.
And what specifically did you and your team do to pressure test the accuracy of the times in those records?
We returned to her residence and tested when the sensors would be alerted.
Okay, and when you returned to the residence, you were there personally?
Yes.
And you took you took direct part in that test?
Yes.
And just help me understand just briefly what that test entailed.
So the system would be armed and we would test to see when notifications would be sent to Ms. Wall's phones, which we had placed on evidence. And we would enter the residence and test to see if the sensor was accurate with the time that we had in real time and the notifications coming to her phone. And as well, what would cause certain sensors to be notified.
Okay, and when your team was conducting this test, were notes or records kept of when certain things were done inside of the residence, like entering the living room?
Yes.
And once the test was completed, were additional records obtained from ADT from the day of the testing?
Yes.
And those additional records that were obtained from ADT from the day of the testing, are those what have been admitted as People's Exhibit 16 that you're holding in your hand?
Yes.
And as a general matter, based on your were you able to determine whether the times reflected, the date and time reflected in the records are accurate?
Yes,
And what was, I guess, the basis of your conclusion that the dates and times are accurate?
we looked at the censor time and compared it with real time, and it was a matter of 15 seconds, I believe that was the difference.
Okay. And so if I were to ask you basic questions about what these records contain in terms of data about specific events in the security system, would you be prepared to answer those questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. With that, I would just ask if I could publish the exhibits and briefly ask some questions. Okay, thank you. And publishing what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 15. I want to scroll down to the time of 12:31 a.m. on October 21st of 2023. Is there any type of data in the records associated with that time, 12:31 a.m.?
Yes, the front door was open.
Okay. And based on the course of your investigation, did you, I guess, develop any information from sources or from witnesses or other sources about potentially Samantha Wolf's whereabouts on that particular night?
Yes.
And again, just for foundational purposes, what was your understanding of her whereabouts leading into the early morning hours of October 21st of 2015?
She had attended a wedding on October 20th, and then left the wedding based on witness statements and her phone records, left the wedding approximately at midnight. And then based on her cell phone records, would have arrived home at around 12:30.
Okay, and then the sort of next entry we have on the ADT records is after that point be the 12:31 point.
Yes.
Okay, and again, what's reflected in the records of that?
It shows the front door was open.
Okay, and I want to move on to the time of 12:32 a.m. Is there any record of activity associated with that particular time?
Yes, living room motion was protected.
Okay, and how about 1:01 a.m.?
Yes, there was a front door notification that it was left open.
Okay, so based on your understanding of the sort of data that was retrieved from ADT and how the system works, do you see any evidence in the data that the front door was ever closed?
No.
Okay. I want to go to 1:24 a.m. Is there any activity in the ADT records associated with that particular time?
Living room motion detected.
Okay. And after that 1:24 point, is there any other point when that same activity, living room motion detected is generated?
Yes, at 4:20 a.m.
Okay. And after that 4:20 a.m. Time frame, is there any other indication of motion detected in the living room that particular morning?
Yes, but later in the morning.
Okay, and that would have been after the police arrived?
Correct.
Okay. So is there, I guess, any significance in terms of your role in the investigation of your view of that 4:20 a.m. time frame on October 21st, 2020?
That was the last motion detected by her ADT system.
Okay, and that motion was detected where according to the system?
In the living room.
Okay. I want to ask when you you and your team tested the ADT system, did you test how far one would have to be in the house for motion to be detected in the living?
Yes.
And approximately how far away from the front door would one have to get for that motion detection in the living room to be triggered?
There's approximately 200 inches from front door into the residence.
200 inches?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking, what is that?
17 feet.
So more than a dozen feet, you'd say? Okay. You heard Trooper Martinez testify about an arrest that he observed on November 30th of 2023. On that particular day, did you participate in any sort of relevant steps as it relates to this investigation?
Yes, I participated in a search warrant at 454 Alexandria in Berkeley Beach.
Okay, and where is that particular apartment located?
In the city of Detroit.
Okay, what neighborhood in the city?
I couldn't say that.
Okay. The search of that apartment, what prompted you and your team to search that apartment?
There was a suspect that had been developed who was connected to that address.
Okay. Did you obtain a search warrant, or was a search warrant obtained by someone in your team to search that apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went into, did you actually personally go to that apartment to participate in the search? When you went into that apartment, what, if anything, significant happened?
Several items of clothing were located, as well as several electronics.
Okay. And I am out to be holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 17 through 24. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Handing you Proposed Exhibits 17 through 24. As a general matter, what are Exhibits 17 through 24?
The photos reflect the apartment that we searched at 454 Alexandria Street.
Okay, and is it fair to say that you didn't take those photos?
No, I did
yourself?
not.
Is that correct? Do those photos taken together fairly and accurately depict things that you personally observed when you were searching that apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibits 17 through 24.
Any objection? Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
Just starting with Exhibit 17, before I get this up on the screen here. What does Exhibit 17 show us?
It shows the outside of the apartment building.
Okay, and that would be located at 454 West Alexandria?
Yes.
Okay, and how about Exhibit 18?
This shows directly inside the apartment.
And sorry, I'm trying to get this up on the screen, but if you could just walk us through, how about Exhibit 19? What does that show us?
This shows an angle towards the kitchen and towards the closet area of the apartment.
Okay, and in terms of evidence that was searched at this particular location, were there any seizures that were ultimately made?
Yes.
And are any of those seizures sort of depicted in Exhibit 19?
Not that you can specifically see.
Okay. And how about Exhibits 20 and 21 and 22? Those reflect?
21 reflects a parking notice that is addressed to Michael Manuel Jackson Bolanos, and 22 shows a bridge card addressed to Michael Jackson.
Okay, and, in terms of, exhibit 23. What does exhibit 23 show us?
It shows a black North Face jacket.
Okay, and about exhibits 24.
The same black North Face jacket.
Okay, and was that jacket ultimately collected and placed on evidence?
Yes.
And was there a particular evidence number associated with that jacket?
Yes, but I don't recall it at the one time.
Okay. If you heard some testimony before about the evidence tracker in this case, if you're going to take a look at that evidence tracker, please with that refresher recollection.
Yes.
And if, Your Honor, if I could just have the witness step down for a moment. Back to the computer. Okay, and Trooper Stockmeyer. You can take a seat. Having looked at the evidence tracker, does that reflect, refresh your recollection as to the evidence tag associated with the North Face jacket depicted in exhibits 23 and 24?
Yes, it's under evidence number 171.
Okay, and what was it that prompted you to and your team to view that jacket as having enough evidentiary significance?
Based on the CCTV footage and the extensive video canvas, we determined that North Face jacket was one that was worn by the suspect on that night, which prompted us to seize it.
And after that jacket was seized, were any arrangements made to have that jacket and the blood sample from Samantha Wool be sent to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, as the officer in charge, did certain reports come into your possession from the Michigan State Police Crime Lab as it relates to those items?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm holding sorry. Do you have the two lab reports in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And are those reports they have proposed evidence numbers associated?
Yes, 25 and 26.
Okay.
And Judge, I would object to, I guess, the mission of Black North Face jacket. OIC testified, to my understanding, that she was the individual who placed this evidence on, placing it to evidence, and it doesn't reflect that in the evidence tracker report. So I don't know how you engage to read an evidence tracker report that was, I Yes, so it was authored by somebody else for this particular item, you then testify to it refreshes her memory if she's not the individual in fact putting on that.
Judge, she did not testify that she was the one that put it onto evidence herself. But as the officer in charge, she certainly has access to the list, the full list of evidence. And as part of the role of the officer in charge, keeps track of that.
Well, let's try it this way. You are the officer in charge of this case, and as the officer in charge, you receive certain items that were allegedly collected from, well, as a result of search warrant.
Yes, I witnessed.
Oh, you witnessed? Okay, great. What did you do with it once you received it?
There were places in the evidence locker and taken to the lab.
I'm not sure if she witnessed these items being placed into the evidence locker, or she just saying that she witnessed the items being collected from the cells.
That's how it's happened.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in terms of the lab work that was done in this case, is it fair to say that there's been a lot of lab work done in this case?
Yes.
And you're holding two of the reports that have come back from the Michigan State Police lab, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are those two reports substantially the same condition that we received from the lab?
Yes.
Is one of those reports labeled as record number 14?
Yes.
And the other record number 15?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I would move to admit exhibits 25 and 26. Again, under the statute MCL 766.11E, which are resident reports in connection with this case.
The objection. Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness search?
Right.
And may I publish them just in brief part, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, exhibit 25 is a Department of State Police Forensic Science Division laboratory report dated December 8th, 2023, signed by forensic scientist Tony Russer. Tony spelled Toni, Russer spelled Grusser. Relevant parts. The report indicates that among the items received for analysis was what's marked as State Police number 46, agency item 171, a black North Face jacket. And in relevant part, this particular report notes that both luminol and phenolphthalein, there was an indication of positive, and it reads as follows, quote, indicated the possible presence of blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood. And again, that's specific to the North Face jacket. Exhibit number 26 is a State of Michigan Department of State Police Forensic Science Division laboratory report dated December 10th of 2023 and authored by a forensic scientist named Erica Anderson, common spelling. And in relevant parts, it indicates that among the evidence that was analyzed was Samantha Wool known blood swab and North Face jacket front stain near left pocket swabs, North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs, North Face jacket higher right sleeve stain swabs. And in relevant parts, as it relates to the North Face jacket higher right sleeve stain swabs, the report indicates interpretation of that item was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from two individuals. The report notes two hypotheses. Hypothesis one is that it originated from Samantha Lowell, known blood swab, and one unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis two is that it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors. The results are, and I quote, based on the DNA typing results obtained from the North Face jacket higher right sleeve stain swabs, it is approximately 2.2 trillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Lowell and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors. It provides a verbal scale, indicates, quote, this analysis provides very strong support that Samantha Lowell is a contributor to the North Face jacket higher rates in stain swabs. And I think the court is probably aware of the verbal scale, very strong support is indicated on the report as being highest on the scale. Right. And with that, I don't have any questions.
Now, you're the ORC on this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you were able to, you individual who, I guess, typed up the investigative report?
Yes.
You're familiar with, I guess, the history of this case, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to go to the scene of this particular incident on the night of or the day of?
No.
When did you first arrive to the scene?
I first went to the scene on November 9th, which is the ADT system.
But you did review the pictures that were taken from the scene by the evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to see those pictures, you would be able to identify if they came from the scene, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that my client wasn't the first individual who was arrested on this particular case, correct?
Yes, that is true.
It is also true that in your investigator's report that you typed up, you indicated that a neighbor heard a scream around 1:38, correct? In your investigator's report,
yes.
Correct? Now, you also indicated that you did some type of, I guess, test to see what the threshold of this ADT for picking a motion, correct?
Yes.
And you stated that is around approximately 200 inches, which is around 16, 17 feet, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to, probably not, Your Honor, may I approach with defense exhibit A, short picture? Okay. Detective, you would agree that this footprint that is in defense exhibit A is roughly around 17 to 18 feet approximately from the door, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And you would agree that that footprint, the individual who it belonged to would trigger that ADT sensor, correct? In the living room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would also indicate from your viewing of the pictures that there's a substantial amount of blood there's accumulated by the door, not the front door, but the side door, correct? Some door in the hallway, correct? By the steps.
By the steps, yes.
And you're not an expert, so you wouldn't know how long the individual would have to be laying in that position to accumulate that amount of blood.
No, I would not.
Okay. But you would agree that that amount of blood is more than any other blood that's in the particular apartment, right?
By looking at it, but I don't have a way to measure the amount of blood.
But just by looking at it, correct?
By looking at it, it appears that way.
Okay. Now, isn't it true to your knowledge that Ms. Wall had a spare key that was used normally inside of a lockbox at the front door, correct?
No.
You don't know that?
No, it was unclear if it was regularly placed inside that lockbox.
Okay. isn't it true from your knowledge that there was a spare key that was found at the scene? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it also true that Miss Wall's personal key, her key to the door was inside her purse, correct?
I believe so.
And it's also true that there was another key that was hidden into the planter outside of the door, correct?
Yes,
And do you know whether or not that key was still in that planter?
it was.
But the key that could have been in a lockbox, the lockbox was empty, correct?
The lockbox was empty.
Do you know who opened the lockbox to verify whether or not it was empty?
I don't know who.
Okay. Do you know when it was found out that that lockbox was empty?
I don't know the exact time, no.
Now, there was fingerprints that were taken from this particular location, correct?
Yes,
Okay. As a matter of fact, there was fingerprints that were taken from a doorknob with the lockbox in it, correct?
yes,
Okay. There was fingerprints that were taken from the doorknob with the turn lock, correct?
yes,
Okay. And there were fingerprints that were taken from a banana peel and a plate glass window, correct?
yes.
Okay. And there was an analysis that was done on these fingerprints, right? Correct?
Yes,
Okay, to your understanding, they were able to be read. They were good prints, in other words, correct?
some of them,
Okay.
not all of them.
2A, fingerprint from 2A, which refers to the silver metal doorknob with the turn lock. You would agree that that was classified as a good print, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Had you had an opportunity to review the fingerprints that were submitted to the Michigan State Police lab for analysis?
Yes,
Okay.
but I don't recall.
Okay, if we're looking at that report, refresh your memory.
Yes,
You understand my approach? Have a fresh memory?
yes. What was the question?
Whether or not specifically the doorknob with the turn lock fingerprints were a good read, a good print, for lack of a better term.
It just says late prints, there were late prints.
Okay. And does it indicate whether or not it was a bad print or a good print?
I don't believe the words bad or good are,
For lack of a better term.
I can say it's indicated in the report that there were late prints, but I don't know if they were good or bad. Some of them are usable, some of them are not.
Okay. And it does also indicates on that document that Samantha Walls, her prints were not given to the lab to compare on whether or not those latent prints that were taken were hers or somebody else's, correct?
That's correct.
Now, why wouldn't you submit, as an OIC, why wouldn't you submit the victim's fingerprints to the lab to rule out if in fact those prints that were collected on those particular items were in fact hers?
Well, normally we would secure fingerprints from the morgue. However, that was not done in this case because the autopsy was, it was conducted very quickly after the scene. And then we did attempt to find fingerprints through several databases, and there's a search warrant that was done for all through the database, but those prints were not able to be used by the lab.
Okay, when did you become the OIC?
I believe it was October 22nd, the day after the homicide.
The day after, so, okay. So you would have had enough time to secure the fingerprints, correct?
No, the autopsy had been conducted the same day as the homicide.
Okay. And have you seen pictures of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. It would be a fair statement that there was bruising on the victim, right? She had a bruise on her eye, a bruise on her forehead, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She had bruises on, or contusions as a medical examiner, we'll just say bruise in layman's terms. She had bruises on her elbows and her knees, correct?
Yes.
I know that you're not a medical examiner, but you would agree that these bruisings happened while she was still alive, right?
I cannot say that.
Can I say that?
I'm not a medical examiner, I can't say that for sure.
But based upon your experience in homicides, do bruises normally occur to people's face after they're dead or before they're dead?
I couldn't say.
You couldn't say. Now, as far as the ADT system, where there was motion at 4:20, let me back up. I'm sorry. From your knowledge, when does the system go into idle? How much time has to pass being a lack of motion in order for the system to go into idle mode?
I don't think there is a specific time, but I can tell you based off of the results that I reviewed, what I observed.
So, okay, so you said you don't think that inside this ADT system, there is a pre-programmed value amount as when there is a lack of motion for a particular time interval, it would go into idle mode.
There very well might be, but I do not know that. I don't work for ADT.
Okay, so did you do any type of test to determine whether or not with the estimated time of lack of motion it would be in order for the system to go into idle mode?
That would have been conducted on November 9th. Yes.
Okay. Tell us then. We're curious to know how much time would have to pass before the system would go into idle mode after detecting motion.
I can't say for sure. I don't have the results in front of me.
You don't have the results in front of you? Okay.
If you'd like me to review the
Please.
exhibits, yes. I did not see an idle notification on these results or exhibit listing. Yes, there are some on here.
So can you answer my question? My question is, how long does it take for there to be a lack of motion in order for the system to go into idle mode on a particular sensor?
I can tell you what's on these results. I can't testify to what ADT does overall with the system.
Okay, so when you looked at exhibit 16, that was your analysis. That's when you and your team went into her apartment and conducted various tests to determine answers to questions you may have had,
Yes.
right? Okay. And at that time, you didn't test to see how long it would take in order for a system to go into idle after movement?
I don't believe that was one of the questions we had.
You're the OIC though. I mean, who's we? This is your case, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not a question you had to determine approximately how much motion was going on or how much time after that motion was detected before idle happened on the system? That was important to you? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
No,
That wasn't important to you?
no, that's not what I'm saying, I'm saying you did not test it.
Okay, why didn't you test it? That's why I guess I'm gonna kind of know that.
I don't, there's not a specific test you can do in that we were aware of.
There's not a specific test, so what you're saying is you couldn't trigger movement because you told, hold on, back up. You told me that you did a particular test to determine how far you would have to be from the sensor, from the front door in order for the sensor to detect it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that same test, you could have tested, okay, now I'm 200 inches from the front door and it acknowledges me being here, there's motion being detected. Couldn't you have then said, okay, everybody stand still and let's determine how long it takes for the system to now go into idle after that move? You could have did that, couldn't you?
I suppose, yes.
You suppose, you're not sure?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Okay, I'll be clear, maybe I'm confused, okay. You said that you did a test to determine how far from the sensor you had to be, correct?
Yes.
And you said you had to be approximately 200 inches from that sensor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You could have also, after you detected motion some 200 inches from that sensor, it detects you. You could have then waited, standing still, to determine how long it would take for the system to go into idle mode after detecting that motion. True.
And we did that, but there is no indication in the results that it has an idle motion.
Hold on. So you said you did that, but yet you don't have any results to tell us how long it took?
So if you're asking if we stood still and did not move?
Yes.
That is correct.
How long did it take for the system to go into idle mode?
I don't have that result. That's not in the results.
So you did a test without documenting the results, is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you, I didn't get an idle notification.
Was the system malfunctioning? Was it functioning correctly?
To my knowledge.
Okay, so you're saying that after you triggered motion during your test, the system never went into idle mode. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's not in the results, yes.
Okay, so it's possible that on October the 21st at 4:20, there was motion, correct? Exhibit 15.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was motion, correct? You would agree to that, right?
At
At least it says it's motion, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you would also agree that this system says that there was idle mode at 4:22, correct? You would agree to that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying, based on your test, it's possible that this idle mode at 4:22 is incorrect. It could be a misprint, it could be a malfunction in the system, correct? Based upon your test, right?
No, I'm not saying that it could be malfunction.
It can be inaccurate though, correct?
I'm telling you that I don't know if the idle motion was activated. If her system was set to a certain setting, then that might be different. From when we tested it, we set it to our own settings for our own testing purposes.
Okay, so what you're saying is when you try to evaluate or reconstruct to see if her system was working, you went in there and started changing her system? You didn't keep it to the way it was on the day of the incident to try to duplicate the same results or similar results?
In order to test the system, we would have to change some of the settings.
Okay, what settings did you change? Tell us.
For the notification, for when the front door was open, we tested for armed away and armed stay. For the audible alert versus just getting a notification to the phone.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll get to that in a minute. Before we get to what you tested, what did you change? You said you changed things. I want to know, what did you change in the system before you did your test?
Set it to armed versus not armed? That's what you're asking?
I want you to get whatever you change, whatever things you change in the system. That's the only one? Or is there more?
I physically can't change her system. I can change with the notifications and if it's armed or not.
Okay,
That's
what,
the only thing.
okay, what notifications did you change?
To get, in order to get the notifications for the front door was open, or if there was living room detection, if there was an audible alert versus a not audible alert.
So you had to change something in the system in order to get that alert?
In order for the audible alert.
What do you mean, audible alert from her phone, audible alert from the system?
From the house, inside the residence, there'd be an audible alert,
Okay, what type of auto alert was it?
like a beeping.
Okay, so what you're saying is prior to you changing that, the system wasn't already configured to have a audio alert inside the house?
There was an audible alert, yes.
Okay, so what did you change then? It was already one.
We just tested to see if it would send the same type of notification if it was set on both on the way and on stay.
Okay, so I'm confused because you keep saying the word change, and I just trying to really figure out what did you change?
Questions is that asked and answered.
And how many times did you test to see how long the system would have to be inactive as far as a lack of motion in order for there to be an idle notification?
I don't have an exact number for you.
Again, do you remember doing it?
Yes,
Okay.
it could be once, it could be twice. I don't have an exact number for you.
And you didn't indicate that in your notes that you did that particular test, did you?
No, because I never got a notification for it.
So you can't really say based upon your experience, it does send a notification for being in idle mode if that notification is accurate, correct?
Are you asking if it sends a notification
No.
to your phone if that's accurate?
No, I'm asking you whether or not you know personally or from your experience, whether or not if this system on this zip 15 indicates that the system went into idle, you can't testify to that is a fact, correct? That the system actually went into idle at that particular time.
Based on the results, yes, I can say that, but I don't work for ADT, so I can't tell you the exact.
Okay. So when did you review exhibit 15?
I don't know the specific date, but when we got the return back, we got to repeat the same day.
When the return, you would agree that the return wasn't addressed to you, correct?
It was not addressed to me. no.
Okay, so you were given this?
Yes.
Okay, approximately how long ago was it? Was it yesterday? Was it a month ago? Give us an
No,
estimate.
I believe it was still in October, but it was later in October.
Now, this alleged motion that occurred at 4:20 on October 21st, you don't know what triggered this motion?
No, I don't know the cause.
You don't know if it was the victim getting up from passed out, walking outside, right?
Objection, yes, sir. Sustained. Speculation.
Now, you stated that you had the victim's phone with you when you went to the house, correct?
Yes.
And this was before there was an extraction on the phone, correct?
No.
Okay, as the OIC, do you remember when this phone was extracted by Sergeant Marco?
I don't know the specific date. no.
And what day did you go to this house again? I'm sorry.
November 9th.
November 9th. Now, you said you were present at the search of the resident you used or your team recovered a culprit or lack of work.
Yes,
Did you see the pictures? You were able to view the pictures that were taken of suspected evidence on this code, correct?
yes,
Okay. And it'll be a fair statement that the pictures or the suspected blood was taken from the backside of the sleeve, not the front of the coat, but the backside of the sleeve, correct?
yes,
Okay. One being approximately right here and one being approximately right here, correct? Indicating that I'm touching just above my elbow and maybe 3 inches below my wrist.
I don't know the exact distance between them, but they're about that.
Okay,
About
I showed
that
you.
location.
Okay. Okay. And when you saw this coat, you examined it when they recovered this coat, right?
Yes.
Okay. You personally didn't notice any blood on the coat, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Coat wasn't covered in blood, correct?
No.
Okay. And the areas that they suspect were blood were very, very tiny areas that your eyes couldn't detect, correct?
No, I did not see that.
And so your knowledge, that's the only areas that was blood suspected on this coat, correct?
Mouth.
And from your knowledge, being an OIC, there was a buccal swab of my client, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was searches and to see if his DNA was somewhere inside his apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a fair statement that none of his DNA was found inside of his apartment, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And his fingerprints weren't found inside his apartment either, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, there was nothing evidence that you have or can testify to that would in fact place my client inside of this location. That's correct.
From the evidence you just asked me about, correct.
And there's no evidence that you have that would say, as far as DNA or fingerprints, correct?
Physical evidence, are you asking?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have any camera footage of him leaving the residence or walking inside of the residence.
In the area.
That's not
I can't say for sure.
My question is My question is very specific. I said, you don't have any camera footage of him walking inside of the residence, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have any camera footage of him walking outside of the residence, correct?
We need to find outside.
Leaving from the door, walking outside from being
That's
inside, correct?
That's correct.
Wouldn't it be a fair statement that in your initial, investigation of this case, you personally assumed that the victim knew this individual, correct? You assumed that, didn't you?
That's not correct.
You didn't assume that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you have any more questions, sir?
Yes, one question. I got to bring up one document. Sorry, one last question. And which search warrants did you apply for?
Which search warrants did I author?
Yes.
I believe I authored the all clear search warrant and then for iCloud and Gmail accounts.
Are you familiar with other search warrants that were, let me back up. Were you working in close proximity with Trooper Martinez?
Yes.
Did you review some of the search warrants that he submitted?
Not before the submission.
Not before they're submitted?
No.
Okay. Is that normal practice for?
I don't care.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just one question. Trooper Stockmeyer, the jacket that you discussed, can you observe that the apartment did
Wait.
Thank you. Yes, sir. We know we got it.
Judge, I do have more witnesses. I think for today's witnesses, I've asked that special witnesses from the FBI.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to you. Thank you. You're ready. So you should put that microphone in your lap to speak with that. Thank you.
This one?
Yes.
Sir, could you please state?
Brian Toltis, T-O-L-T, Z-I-S.
And what do you do for a living?
Special agent with the FBI.
And what is your role specifically?
I am currently assigned to the cellular analysis service for Detroit.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities?
So my responsibilities are to assist various investigations through the use of historical call detail records.
Can I ask, there be any defense challenge to the special agents qualifications? So, all detail records. Yeah, it's. Okay, thank you. So Your Honor, I just ask pursuant to the stipulation, special agent President recognized as a qualified expert in the field of historical cell site location analysis.
So stipulation.
Limited example.
All right, well, we recognize you as a expert in the field of store, cell phone,
Historical call detail records.
historical detail.
Sir, did you do some analysis with respect to the investigation that was submitted?
Yes, sir.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 28. Your Honor, may I have personal witness? Does that report, it's labeled as proposed exhibit 28 document analysis that performed in this case?
Yes, this is the report.
And would you say that's a fair and accurate reflection of the analysis?
Yes.
And was your analysis, I guess, for purposes of that report, specific to a particular phone number?
Yes, it was.
And what phone number was that?
248-906-5529.
Your Honor, at this time of holding this been marked as opposed to a 27, which is a CD containing a certified copy of call records for that specific number. I'm asking for that to be admitted on issue 11-902 subsection.
You objection? Admitted?
And I would also ask at this time that Exhibit 28 be admitted and publish it.
Sorry, say that again.
Your Honor, I'd ask that proposed Exhibit 28, which is the report of the special agent be admitted and
I would think because this report, I don't think it's accurate as far as some of the depictions on there on the diagram.
How does that go to some disability as opposed to?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Special Agent also said, I just want to walk through the report that has been admitted as Exhibit 28, just starting with the first page. Can you just, I guess, explain just briefly what the first page tells us?
This first page is simply just a title page, my name, the FBI case number, and the target number of the analysis.
Okay, and you heard me admit the cell records associated with that target number. When you get records back from a cellular service provider, such as T-Mobile, what kind of records do you get?
So there's various different types. There's regular call detail records, which are basic calls or text messages. And then there's timing advanced records now and data sessions as well.
Okay, and what sort of records were you able to analyze in connection with this particular homeowner?
So for this report, I utilized the call detail records as well as the timing advanced calls.
Okay. If we can just move to page 2. Can you just walk us through page 2 of your report?
Sure. So in a nutshell, what historical call detail record analysis is we get these call detail records, timing advanced files from the from the telephone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon. We then use those records to marry up to what's called the tower list. And with that, we're able to get an approximate location of the cellular device at a specific period of time.
Okay, and is that the methodology you used in connection with your analysis in this case?
Yes.
And just going to page 3, just very briefly, what does page 3 show us?
Page 3 just has just photos of various types of cell towers that you may see around the area, or just in general. So they could be on water towers like at the bottom left, attached to physical structures at the bottom, or more than likely you'll see the basic macro tower, which is the second from the left at the top.
And how about page 4? What does that show us?
So page 4, speaking about that basic macro tower, this is just a top-down perspective of that. For most towers, there are 3 sides, and this just depicts the top-down split into sectors, 120-degree wedges most of the time. And it just depicts what side of the tower is used for visual translation.
How about page 5? What does that tell us?
So page 5 at the top, that little blue wedge, that is the icon that we utilize to kind of depict when a transaction occurs, to highlight the side of the specific tower. And there's the box below it, or that would be associated to it. It gives you the date, the target number, the time of the transaction, and what type of transaction it is.
And you mentioned call detail records. Is there a difference between call detail records and timing hits?
Yes. So
if you could explain that distinction.
So call detail records are kind of like your own paper bills that you would get in mail from your telephone provider, who has the date and time of telephone call or text message, the 2 numbers involved in that transaction. These records that we get back with the search warrant, they also provide us with the tower, the side of that tower that was used to facilitate that transaction.
Okay. And how about timing in advance? Can you explain what that means as you here on page 6?
So timing advance is a separate report that we're able to get. The best way to describe timing advance is kind of through an analogy. So if I were to tell everybody in this courtroom to get up and walk out the back door all at the same time, there would inevitably be some congestion. We bump into each other and leave and exit through that rear door. Timing advance is the network's ability to assign phones a specific time slot to interact with the tower so that there's no congestion. So in other words, if I gave every person in here a specific time slot to walk through that back door, we would all file in a neat, orderly fashion and leave out the back door, and there would be no congestion or no issues on that.
Now, does the timing advance data that you receive from a provider like T-Mobile give you an ability to have some insight into a phone's location at a specific time?
Yes, it does. So through the network signaling, it provides a time, the tower or the site, the amount of time it takes for that site to hit the cell phone or communicate with the cell phone, and the time that it takes for that cell phone to reply back to the tower. So we know that the speed of the signal is the speed of light, and because we have the time that it takes, we're able to get approximate distance.
Okay, and when it comes to the figure that's on page 6 that shows an arc toward the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, can you explain, just in general terms, what that figure reflects in terms of the phone's distance from the tower?
So that figure reflects the distance from the tower, the approximate distance from the tower, based on what it says in the timing advance report.
And so if you were looking at data for a specific time, where might you expect to find a phone at that specific time based on a figure like this one on page 6?
It would be either within the arc or just outside.
Okay. Now, as part of your role with the FBI, from time to time, do you participate in efforts to locate fugitives or individuals who are wanted by law enforcement?
Yes.
And when you're doing that, do you use phone data to help locate people?
Absolutely.
In your training and experience, what's the type of data that's most helpful to find someone's phone, to pinpoint someone's phone at a specific time?
Timing advance is the best data set that we can use to locate the device.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that if you were looking for somebody in real time, you would want to use the type of data that we're looking at here? Is that correct?
Yes.
And why is that?
The most accurate, yeah.
Okay. I want to move to page 7. Can you just briefly describe what the map on page 7 depicts?
So this is just a geographic overview of the Metro Detroit area. There's 4 icons on the screen. The yellow icon is the residence located at 454 West Alexandria Street. The red icon is the crime scene at 1366 Juliet Place in Detroit, Michigan. Orange is a CCTV location at 1405 Brevard Street. And the pink icon is a CCTV location at the intersection of Google and White Street in Detroit. And the green icons are various cell towers within the Metro Detroit area.
And moving to page 8, did you analyze the device's location data in the time frame reflected on this page, which is October 21st, 2023, from 12:35 a.m. to 3:12 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay, and based on your analysis, the data that you observed, do you have any opinion as to whether there's a trajectory associated with the device during that specific time?
Yes, it initially started up in the area of 454 West Alexandria, continued south into the proper downtown Detroit area, and then in an eastward direction.
Okay, and the 454 West Alexandria, where is that depicted on the map
yellow icon kind of at the upper left portion of the yellow square.
And how about the crime scene? Where is that depicted on this particular map?
It's indicated with the red square.
So I want to drill down on some, I guess, specific times. At 12:30 a.m., approximately in that time, where's the phone consistent?
In the area of the 454 Alexander.
Okay. And move to page 9. Does page 9 give us sort of a different time frame that you analyzed?
Yes, this is from 1:42 a.m. to 1:44 a.m. on October 21st.
Okay, and at approximately this time, where is the phone consistent?
So at 1:42 a.m., 1:42:08 a.m., it's consistent with that closer arc towards the center of that wedge, and then at 1:43 and 1:44, it's consistent with being in that second outer arc.
Okay, and the orange marker on the map, where is that?
That is 1405 Rivard Street.
Okay, and what's the, I guess, significance of that location in connection with your analysis and investigation?
The subject was observed on CCTV.
Objection, I don't know if he's saying the subject was observed by who, by himself or by somebody else.
The best evidence would be video itself, suspended.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, I was just trying to lay foundation for video ultimately. So I guess for purposes of this page, page 9, we've got a narrow time frame, is that correct?
Sure.
And the phone's consistent with being in one general area at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
Going to page 10, do we have a different time frame here?
Yes, it's the same day, 10/21/2023, from 3 o'clock a.m. to 3:07 a.m.
Okay, and again, if I can ask, was this particular time frame something you took an interest in because of certain CCTV footage?
Yes.
From a particular location?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, I guess, play a role in the development of that surveillance video evidence?
Yeah, I worked with the individuals that were collecting the CCTV.
Okay, and during this time frame, from 3 a.m. to 3:07 a.m., where is the phone consistent?
The phone is consistent with being in the area of McDougal and White Street.
Okay, and is that, see the little pink box, what does that reflect on the screen?
That is the icon for McDougal and White Street. That is what it's.
Okay, and does that area correspond to one of the CCTV locations that you looked at?
Yes, that's one of the locations that was provided.
Okay, and
I'm sorry, did he say it was, because the question was, did he look at it, and then the answer was that was provided, so I'm not sure if he's saying he looked at it or it was just provided to him, that information.
So throughout the entire investigation, I've looked at various CCTV. I don't remember exactly looking at this one versus another one, but I mean, there's a lot of CCTV in this investigation. And I worked with them to identify and collect, so there's.
But I would like that strike from the record, there's an indication that my client was observed by him at the time.
I don't think he said anything about your client being observed. He said that was a CCTV location.
thank you, Renard. And so, is there any significance in your training experience to these arcs that we see on page 10 intersecting at a particular location?
Yes, there is.
And I guess based on your training experience, what is the significance of two arcs from timing advanced data intersecting in close temporal proximity?
So when you have intersecting arcs within a short time frame, something like this, it's indicative that the device is more likely within that crossover, that X, whatever you want to call that, area where all the intersections are. So kind of an analogy is the timing advance, if I tell you that the phone is located, which I did earlier, the phone is located within or just outside of one of these arcs, when you have multiple arcs intersected within a short time frame, it's kind of like latitude and longitude. If I give you one line of latitude, it's still a long or a large area to search for a device, but if I give you a point of latitude and a point of longitude, that's where it is. That's
Okay, so would it be fair to say that the more timing advanced data you have from a narrow period of time, the more accurate of a assessment of the device's location you can give?
No, because it's very possible that you could have multiple timing advanced records that are from the same site, and it's just one arc. But when you have multiple measurements from different sites within a short time span, and there's intersections, that's indicative of, that's where the device.
Okay. And moving to page 11, is there another time frame that you looked at for purposes of the analysis that's depicted on page 11?
Yes, so this is once again on October 21st of 2023 from 3:50 a.m. to 4:05 a.m.
Okay, and where is the device consistent with being during this time?
In the geographical area of the crime.
And where is the crime scene depicted visually on the map on page 11?
It's the red icon.
Okay. I want to move to the time frame of 4:05 to 4:20. On page 12, is that the time frame that you analyzed for purposes of the data reflected on page 12?
Yes, 4:05 to 4:20 a.m.
Okay, and again, during this 4:05 a.m. to 4:20 a.m. time frame, where is the device consistent with being at this time?
It's consistent with being in the geographic area.
Okay, and you mentioned earlier that you have some role at times in using timing advanced data to locate individuals in real time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hypothetically, if on the morning of October 21st, 2023, at 4:20 a.m., you were asked to use timing advanced data to locate the phone for the individual associated with this phone number, 248-906-5529. Where's the first place you look?
The area of the crime.
Okay, why is that?
There's a lot of arcs that are intersecting right there within a short time.
Okay. I move to page 13. And so what's the time frame reflected on page 13 that you looked at for your analysis?
It was 10/21 of, I'm sorry, 10/21/2023 from 4:30 to 4:31 a.m. There's a timing advance arc at 4:33 a.m. and an outgoing call placed at 4:31:22 a.m.
Okay, and during this time frame, 4:30 to 4:31 a.m., where is the device consistent with being at that time?
The geographical area of Madison Avenue, downtown area, Broadway Street.
Okay, so no longer consistent with being at the crime scene, is that fair to say?
That is accurate.
Okay. So between 4:20 a.m. and the 4:30 a.m. time frame depicted here, do you have any conclusions you can draw about the device's trajectory during that time?
It moved in a western direction.
Okay. And moving to.
I mean, I'd object to that. I mean, is he speculating because there's no diagram that would indicate from that time frame 4:20 to 4:30?
You'll have an opportunity.
Okay, moving to page 14. What is the time frame reflected on page 14?
The same day, 10/21/2023, from 3:23 a.m. to 4:54 a.m.
Okay, so a broader time here compared to the previous slide. Okay. And overall, I guess during this time frame from 3:23 a.m. to 4:54 a.m., are there any conclusions you can draw about the device's trajectory during that time?
Yes, in totality, it started over the area of the Mount Elliott Park is the best icon on the map, but it started over there on the east side, moved west, and then back up to the north towards the 454 West Avenue.
Okay, and then I guess at around the 4:55 AM timeframe, where is the device consistent with being at that time?
In the area of 454 Alexandria.
Okay, and so based on your analysis from approximately 12:30 AM on October 21st, 23 through 4:55 AM, the same day, what's the overall trajectory of the device during that time?
It traveled down into Detroit and then towards the east and back towards the west. And back up.
Okay, and at what times was the device consistent with being in or around the crime scene, Julian?
Between 3:50 AM to around 4:20 AM.
So Mr. Elsie, by the time he told you 15 minutes, how long you took? 15 minutes. I give you 10. I love you. You ask the same question.
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Hello, sir.
Now, you stated that most towers, we go to page 4, when you said that this is I guess a bird's eye view looking down on the tower, and it has three different sectors. You indicated that most towers have sectors, correct?
Most towers have
three sectors. Okay. Now, the towers that you analyzed in this report, were they all have three sectors, or did some of them have different amount of sectors?
The ones that are depicted in this report were all three sectors. They're all three sectors.
Now, your diagram, you would indicate that some of your diagrams, as far as a tower's arc, are different sizes than others, correct?
Not sure what you're.
Okay, let's go to page 10. Yes. You would agree that these two arcs, or three arcs, are not the same size. One arc is substantially smaller than the other arc. You would agree to that, right?
Which arc? Or
the arc that's facing south towards the Detroit River, in comparison to the arc that's facing west. You would agree that those are different size arcs, correct?
So if you look at the box to the left, it says at the top of it says CID 102.127-11. See what I'm looking at?
Yeah.
In the writing, you have your target numbers and then the time frames of each arc, and then the next is the distance. So 0.53 and 0.48. So those are the distances. So I guess I'm not sure which arcs you're talking about, but if one number is less than the other, then yes, it would be the smaller distance.
Okay. Is the arc, is that your attempt to depict the range of the tower? As far as how far the signal would be broadcast for a particular tower?
No.
You don't know how far the geographic area would be for each tower to broadcast, correct? As far as a mile, 2 miles, so on and so forth, correct? That would be a fair statement, right?
I mean, in Metro Detroit, you're not gonna, especially downtown, you're not gonna have towers that broadcast.
My question is, you don't know specifically how much distance each of these towers broadcast, correct?
Without doing a drive test and physically mapping it, okay, I don't know the exact coverage area.
I'm glad you said that. The drive test would indicate where you would have a device where you would start at the base of the tower, you would drive away from the tower until reception is no longer picked up from your device, correct?
More or less.
More or less, okay. And that would give you a approximate estimate on how far this particular tower broadcasts, correct?
It would give you the ground truth of where the RF is emitted from that site.
Okay. So,
So
and you
that's a footprint of the RF.
fair enough. And you didn't do that, a drive test in this particular, analysis, correct?
No.
Okay. Nor did you have a propagation map in your possession, correct? A cell propagation map? Okay. And you would agree that a cell propagation map would have information enclosed in that particular report where it would indicate which towers were functioning on a particular night, which towers may not have been functioning on a particular night, correct?
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree that a cell propagation report has that type of data?
If the tower wasn't working, it wouldn't have generated.
No,
a record.
that's not my question. My question is, you would agree that a cell propagation map would have information on there from the cell phone provider that would indicate if a particular tower was not working on a particular night. You would agree to that, correct?
I know the tower was working.
That's not my question. You gotta listen to what I'm saying. My question is very simple. My question is, does a cell propagation map have information on whether a tower would be out of service on a particular night? I'm not saying it was out on that night, but a cell propagation map would have information if a tower had been out on a particular night.
I don't think there is such a thing in what you're explaining, to be honest with you. Because if a tower was not functioning, or for lack of a better word, down, okay, you're not gonna have a hour by hour, minute by minute update on a
That's not my question. You gotta focus what I'm asking. I'm not asking
I
about
guess I
that.
just don't understand.
Question has been asked and answered. I don't think you're gonna get the answer that you're looking for.
I don't know.
The report is not gonna generate that information about a tower being out.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that if a tower is out, then it's not.
That's what he's saying. I thought that's what he was saying.
If I was clear, to be clear, you're saying that if a tower is out, it's not going to give you up-to-date information as you have right now, correct? That's what you're saying, right?
Now I'm getting confused. If the tower is not working, a record won't be generated.
Period.
So you're saying that a cell phone provider, AT&T, would not know if a particular tower was out last night. They would not know at all.
They would know, but
Okay.
there is no report that I get that tells me.
That's not my question, whether or not you get it. We can agree that you don't get a cell propagation map. My question was, would a cell propagation map that a cell phone provider has for their records would have that information in there?
I can't speak to what they would have. I don't know what they would have.
Okay. But you don't have access to a propagation map, right? Okay. Now, you indicated that if you were looking for a fugitive, you would do a time advance?
Timing advance is the most accurate data set that we have regarding the location of the device.
Okay, could you explain what's the difference between that and, say, for instance, pinging the phone in real time?
So every provider is different regarding how they do their pings, but pings nowadays, especially with Apple phones, tend to be thousands of meters. Timing advance narrows that down significantly, and a lot of times when trying to locate phones, we actually locate the phones outside of that ping radius.
Now, approximately how many cell phone towers were in the geographic? A particular tower versus, I guess, its neighboring tower, such as congestion, weather, be a number of factors. Why?
So and I guess we should have covered this earlier, but as the phone is sitting stationary in your pocket, right? Your phone is constantly analyzing its environment and choosing
the best tower,
the best signal.
Yes. So isn't it possible that my phone sitting right here can connect to one tower right now, 5 minutes later, for whatever reason, be it congestion, decides to connect to another tower. That's possible, correct?
That, you could definitely pop.
Okay. And from your viewing of those records, it would seem that my phone moved because it's now connecting to a different tower that may be 100 feet, 100 yards away from the previous tower, correct?
Well, not necessarily. So with timing advance measurements can be taken, that isn't necessarily the strongest or the best signal. Timing advance can be taken from numerous different locations. For phone calls and that transaction, your phone will choose the best signal at the time of that transaction.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the timing advance, the first thing you're doing is you're looking to see which tower the phone connected to, correct? So you would need that information.
Yeah, so you need the tower, the side of the tower, and the distance that you're measuring.
And in exhibit 28, does it indicate which sector this phone connected to on each individual tower?
Yes, so in just, on what page are you looking at?
For page 8.
So on page 8. The box at the top left, to 21520 is the tower identifier, and -1, so it's sector 1.
Now, as far as the third one down from the top, CID 103-810-132, what was that?
That would be sector 132, sector 3.
I'm confused. You said sector 132, sector 3?
It's identified as sector 132, but in T-Mobile, it's the second edition. So it's sector 3. Because if you look at a lot of macro towers, especially downtown, you're gonna have multiple sites on different levels. So you can't have the same tower number 123, 123, 123. You can't identify which one's which. So they start to build out.
Now, as far as, are you familiar with location on the phone, location information? Such as like Google location, Google Maps?
Google, I just using it, yeah, but I'm not by no means an expert in Cellbrite or anything like that.
Okay, so you wouldn't know whether or not Google location would give a more accurate location as far as proximity wise versus call timing advance.
It depends. So from what I know about Google location and just investigations and using it, it depends on how that location is derived. There's multiple different ways that location can be derived.
Okay, as part of your training, you don't do any of that analysis as far as trying to determine
if there is Google location that's provided, I can definitely map it in along with the cell phone data. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. What about Apple? As far as Apple location, is it similar to as far as the proximity of location in comparison to Google?
So as far as I know, and once again, I'm not an expert when it comes to devices, but Apple's location information is encrypted on both sides of the phone. So unless you have a physical phone and locations from the physical phone, Apple does not provide locations of devices.
Okay. Now, as you being a part of law enforcement, it's possible for you to get that particular encryption key from Apple in order to determine.
Apple claims they don't even have access to the locations.
So what you're saying that if somebody has an Apple phone, from your perspective, it's impossible to get their location from that device?
If I have a physical device, maybe, but if, let's say I'm looking for somebody that's like a fugitive and they have an Apple phone, I cannot get location information from Apple.
Okay, so if you had the device,
that's a Cellbrite.
Okay, was the device ever provided to you in order for you to at least try to see if you could get that particular location from the actual physical device?
No, that's out of my purview.
Okay, you indicated that if you had the phone, you could possibly determine it. Were you talking about yourself or were you talking about in general?
No, just in general investigations. like I said, I am by no means an expert with cell-writing physical devices. When it comes, I'm the expert in regards to historical records from the providers themselves.
Okay. And what type of software do you use in order to do your analysis?
We use S1, Gladiator. Gladiator is the company.
Gladiator.
ESPA.
And that particular software you use is only effective in gathering time events data?
No, it's effective in mapping multiple different data sets.
You're just not trained in using the different other data sets other than time and events, correct?
Well, I guess, what do you mean? Because now we're talking about.
Okay, what do you mean? Okay,
well, we're talking about two separate things. I've said now, I think 3 times that I am by no means a cell-writing expert. Okay. But when it comes to location information provided by the cell phone providers, call detail records, timing events, things like that, then yes.
Okay, I understand. And you stated that this software that came from Gladiator, you're proficient on this software?
Yes. Okay.
What other location device or location information does this particular software provide other than timing events?
The software doesn't provide anything else.
Okay, what other location device can you analyze using the software?
But if there's Google location available, and this the simplified CSV that's sent out in the search warrant, we can plug that in.
Okay. And do you know how to do that? Do you know how to plug the information in?
Yes.
Okay. What about Apple? If you have the physical phone, can you hook your software up to the phone using Gladiator software to find out where the location of this phone has been in the past?
If there is a Excel spreadsheet with dates, times, and like lat longs and location information, I can plug that into the software. That may or may not, I don't know, be derived from the extraction of the device. But like I said, that's out of my purview.
Okay, and you weren't provided with longitude, latitude in this particular case, right?
Not from anything other than the cellular records.
Time's up.
Finish.
Unless you want to do that.
A couple questions.
Means 2.
Maybe 4 or 5. Definitely get a better understanding, but we can go another 5 minutes possibly, or we can continue.
Okay. More questions?
Now, did you request this information from the OIC possibly as far as
request what?
The longitude, latitude from this Apple device?
No, I did not request that.
Now, are you able to give an approximate on how far a particular phone is from the tower?
Yes, with timing.
And let's see, and last question, the question was asked of you, what's your opinion of the trajectory of the phone from the hours, from the time of 4:20 to 4:30, you made, I guess, an estimate. You would agree that there is no documentation in this exhibit 28 that would indicate where the phone could have been from 4:20 to 4:30, correct?
No, not agree. On page 14, there is at 4:20, 28, 4:25, 48, 4:30, 33, 4:31, 22. It's all time advance data that's mapped.
All right. We don't have anything else to discuss.
Your Honor, I do have witnesses, I believe that.
Not today.
Yeah.
I'm talking about this witness.
Oh, I see.
Thank you, sir. You missed that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we need to get another date. Real fast, Jimmy. next Tuesday, the 23rd at 11:30.
Next Tuesday, the
23rd
23rd.
at 11:30.
That's not gonna be a good day. I have an exam at 11:30 for the judge jobs. I have another exam at 1:30, same day. In front of you. Continuation. Yes, continuation.
How many more witnesses do you have?
Your Honor, 4 witnesses.
Ours is a continuation at 1:30?
Yes.
How many more witnesses do you have?
I'm not sure, maybe 3 or 4 if I had to guess.
Is that the one I was supposed to look at the score on the video?
It's the one here last Friday. I'm not sure I'm on the video. It's a substantial video, yes.
The client state. That's 4 hours video. So I don't think you know witnesses have to come up.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't have to witness. The prosecutor may call some other witnesses, but I can't speak for him.
I think it was just, let's say 1:30.
No, Tuesday, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Tuesday, January 23rd at 1:30. I'll be continuing. So else you get exhibitors up here.
Oh.
That concludes the project for the day, folks. Hope to see you tomorrow, same that station, same.